Good morning, everyone. As soon as we're online, we'll start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Public Works for today, Wednesday, December 18th, 2019.
Commissioner Villegas, Garcia, James, and Coloza are present. President James, you do have a quorum. May we start with bureau introductions, please, starting with Bureau of Street Lighting.
Switch there in the front.
Oh, it's number 20.
Keep going up.
One moment, we'll be over there. Usually we could like to start the meeting with that thing on, but
Good morning, Richard Saragumba, Street Lighting.
Good morning, Pamela Ostrander, Streets, LA.
Good morning, Khalil Garrios, LA Sanitation and Environment.
Good morning, Ken Red, Bureau of Engineering.
Good morning, Sefi Wiles, Bureau of Contract Administration.
Good morning, Ted Jordan, Public Works General Counsel.
Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. President James, we did receive 2 speaker cards under general public comment. We have no commentary under the Neighborhood Council comment section. We also received speaker cards on items 1 through 12 for today's regular agenda and supplemental.
okay. Let's go ahead and take agenda item number 17, Council District 11, Authority for Expenditure, Pacific Gas and Electric Company, Sanitation and the Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $200,576 to encumber funds to pay electricity utility charges to be incurred during operations at the Green Acres Farm located in Bakersfield, California for this fiscal year. That's July 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. And Mr. Tran, wait one moment, please. On agenda item number 17, Dr. Campos, did we get a card on 17?
No, we did not.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, President James, Commissioners, Mr. Ted Jordan, Executive Officer, and Bureau Representative. My name is Alan Tran with LA Sanitation. Today I'm here for an AA for the PG&E utility charge at the Green Acre Farm. As you all know, that Green Acre Farm is a city property in Kern County, and the size of the farm is about 4,688 acres. For the farming operations, we use electricity for the water pump to pump the groundwater from the well. And we also use the electricity for the water pump to move the irrigation water across the field at Green Acre Farm. The electricity is also supplied to the office trailer, conference center, and repair shop. So we would like to request the board approval for encumbrance of the fund to pay for electricity utility charge at, for farming operation at Green Acre Farm. And this will cover for the period of fiscal year 1920.
Thank you, sir. Always good to pay our utility bills. Any questions? I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 17, seconded by Commissioner Garcia. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 17. Thank you, sir. Any issue sending 17 forthwith? We'll send 17 forthwith. Happy holidays, Mr. Tran.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Agenda item number 1, we have bids this morning for a few different public works projects. Hyperion Water Reclamation Plant, ferric chloride facility replacement. That's in Council District 11 for $2,090,000. Highway Safety Improvement Program, Cycle 6. Federal project, estimate $2,704,670. Council Districts 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 13, and 15. Street Lighting Conduit Only Project, Unit 8, High Voltage Conversion, estimate $2,823,000 in Council District 4. And the street lighting, that was for Unit 8, and also a street lighting conduit only project Unit 9. That's in Council Districts 3, 4, 5, and 7 for $2,342,550. Dr. Campos, while you get ready for agenda item number 1, Mr. Herman, you have a card in on agenda item number 1.
1 minute, sir. God hates homosexuals. And because Mr. Bonin is a homosexual, I agree with God. Merry Christmas. Because of this reclamation plant regarding faggots of the following public works projects, stick to the program. Our infrastructure is very important, and these white nigger politicians have abused our infrastructure for years, taxing us up the fucking ass. Thank you, Mr. Bonin. But you see, in CD4, woof, woof, likes to eat dogs. And today, you fuck with the wrong dog.
Dr. Campos on agenda item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. We will begin to open up the bids. Again, for the first project, it's for the Hyperion Water Reclamation Plant in Council District 11. City has estimated this project to be at $2,090,000 even. We did receive 8 bids in total. The first bid received is from Carbon Activated Corporation for a total bid amount of $2,558,420 even. That's $2,558,420 from Carbon Activated Corporation. The second bid is from Environmental Construction Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,181,867 even. That's $2,181,867 from Environmental Construction Incorporated. The next bid is from Meta MEHTA Mechanical Company Incorporated, doing business as MMC Incorporated, for a total bid amount of $2,125,000 even. That's $2,125,000 from MMC Incorporated. Fourth bid received is from Metro Builders and Engineers Group Limited for a total bid amount of $2,437,170 even. That's $2,437,170 from Metro Builders and Engineers Group Limited. For the record, line item number 4 and also line item 7 and the total bid amount have been lined out. All 3 lines have been initialed by the contractor. The fifth bid received is from Kiewit Infrastructure West Company for a total bid amount of $2,453,000 even. That's $2,453,000 from Kiewit Infrastructure West Company. The next bid is from United Riggers and Erectors Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,713,604 even. That's $2,713,604 from United Riggers and Erectors Incorporated. For the record, line item number 7 appears to be a little whited out, but it's initialed by the contractor on line item number 7. But for the record, I'll read that number into the record. That's $745,667. Again, it's $745,667, line item 7. The next bid received is from Murray Plumbing and Heating, doing business as Murray Company, for a total bid amount of $2,656,950 even. That's $2,656,950 from Murray Company. The eighth and final bid received for this project is from PPC Construction Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,799,200 even. That's $2,799,200 from PPC Construction Incorporated. Mr. President, that concludes the bid openings for the first project. We will now begin to open up bids for the second project. The second project is for the Highway Safety Improvement Program in Council Districts 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 13, and 15. The city has estimated this project to be at $2,704,670 even. We did receive 3 bids for this project. The first bid for the second project is from Select Electric Incorporated. Give me 1 second. For a total bid amount of $4,691,975 even. That's $4,691,975 from Select Electric Incorporated. The second bid received for this project is from KDC Incorporated, doing business as Dynelectric, for a total bid amount of $4,499,223 even. That's 4499223 from KDC Incorporated, doing business as Dynelectric. For the record, line item number 51, 110, 123, 150, 156, and also line item number 204 have been lined out by the contractor, and all those lines have been initialed by the contractor. The third and final bid received for the second project is from International Line Builders Incorporated for a total bid amount of $5,196,689.67. That's 5196689.67 from International Line Builders Incorporated. For the record, line item number 138 has been whited out by the contractor and has been initialed. For the record, line item number 138 reads $3,436 even. That's 3436.
Dr. Thomas, would you hold that bid sheet out for me after the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. President, that does conclude the bid openings for the second project. We will now begin to open up bids for the third project. The third project is for the street lighting conduit only project, Unit 8, high voltage conversion in fiscal year 1920 in Council District Number 4. City has estimated this project to be at $2,823,000 even. We did receive 4 bids in total. The first bid is from Elecnor Belco Electric Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,885,216 even. That's $2,885,216 from Elecnor Belco Electric Incorporated. Second bid for the third project is from International Line Builders Incorporated for a total bid amount of $3,431,944 even. That's $3,431,944 from International Line Builders Incorporated. The third bid is from Ferreira Construction Company, doing business as Ferreira Coastal Construction Company, for a total bid amount of $3,848,368 even. That's $3,848,368 from Ferreira Coastal Construction Company. The fourth and final bid received for this third project is from KDC Incorporated, doing business as Dynelectric, for a total bid amount of $2,611,144 even. That's $2,611,144 from KDC Incorporated, doing business as Dynelectric. Mr. President, that does conclude the bid openings for the third project, and we will now begin to open up the fourth and final project. Again, this is for the street lighting conduit only project. This is in Unit 9, high voltage conversion in fiscal year 1920 in Council Districts 3, 4, 5, 7 for a total city estimate of $2,342,550. We did receive 5 bids in total. The first bid is from Elecnor Belco Electric Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,718,914 even. That's $2,718,914 from Elecnor Belco Electric Incorporated. The second bid to the fourth project, or to the last project, is from Select Electric Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,860,705 even. That's $2,860,705 from Select Electric Incorporated.
On our sheet.
I do, and I am reading them into the record.
Okay, I've got, how many bids did you say we have?
5.
Okay, we've got 4. I've got ILB, Elecnor Belco, Ferreira Coastal Construction, and Dynelectric. You're saying that there's a 5th, and that is?
Ferreira, do you have Ferreira Coastal Construction Company?
Yes.
Dynelectric?
Yes.
Elecnor?
Yes.
ILB?
Yes.
Select.
Okay, so the Select is the one that we didn't have.
Yeah, absolutely. So the second bid received, again, is from Select Electric Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,860,705 even. That's $2,860,705 from Select Electric Incorporated. That is an official bid received, reading it into the record.
Got it. I suspected we were going to have a problem when you said we had 5, but I didn't know.
Which one? I don't know until we open them. So the third bid received for this fourth project is from Ferrera Construction Company Incorporated, doing business as Ferrera Coastal Construction Company, for a total bid amount of $3,362,094 even. That's $3,362,094 from Ferrera Coastal Construction Incorporated. The fourth bid received is from KDC Incorporated, doing business as Dynalectric, for a total bid amount of $2,693,762 even. That's $2,693,762 from Dynalectric. The fifth and final bid for the fourth project is from International Line Builders Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,602,335.20. That's $2,602,335.20 from International Line Builders Incorporated. Mr. President, that does conclude the bid openings for the fourth project and also all bid openings for today's agenda as well.
Excellent. Thank you all. Thank you for the hard work on that and getting through that this morning. Is there a second to my motion for an order that the bids have been received, opened, and declared forthwith? By Commissioner Villegas. Thank you. Any objection? And Commissioner Caloza, did I hear you? Okay. Villegas and Caloza, any objection? Without objection, that'll be the order on agenda item number 1. Agenda item number 15, Council District 1, subcontractor substitution for Steve P. Rados Incorporated, recommending that the board concur with the action of Commissioner Davis, approving the request of Steve P. Rados Incorporated for the subcontractor substitution of Miranda Logistics Enterprise Incorporated with Global Transloading LLC for trucking work on the First Street Viaduct over Glendale Boulevard project. Ms. Wiles on number 15.
Good morning. Sephi Wiles again, Bureau of Contract Administration. The Bureau received a request on November 15, 2019 from Steve P. Rados Incorporated to substitute Miranda Logistics Enterprise, Inc., their bid-listed DBE subcontractor, for trucking work on the above-referenced project located in Council District 1 with Global Transloading LLC, another DBE subcontractor. The request was accompanied by a letter from Miranda withdrawing from their portion of work. The bid listed amount for Miranda's portion of work was $122,580 even. However, Miranda has performed $105,961.65 of that contract work, which is a difference of $16,618.35. Global will complete the remaining portion of Miranda's work for that amount so that this substitution will be at no additional cost to the city. Rados has complied with all GFE requirements for this substitution, and the Bureau concurs with the recommendation of Commissioner Davis to approve the substitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiles. We have a card in from Mr. Herman on number 15. Mr. Herman passes 15. Mr. Spindler. Mr. Spindler passes 15. Any questions on agenda item number 15? Then Commissioner Davis has made a motion that we adopt 15. I'll second it. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 15. Any issue sending it forthwith? We'll send it forthwith. Ms. Wiles, you're here on number 16 as well, Council District 8, subcontractor substitution for JR Pipeline Company Incorporated, recommending that the board concur with the action of Commissioner Davis approving the request of JR Pipeline Company for the subcontractor substitution of Southwest Concrete Products with Precon Products for 84-inch and 60-inch maintenance, hole shafts, rings, and covers for the 74th Street Sewer Rehabilitation Unit 1 Van Ness to Western project. Ms. Wiles on number 16.
Yes, good morning again. The Bureau received a request from JR Pipeline on November of this year to substitute Southwest Concrete Products with Precon Products. The request was accompanied by a letter from Southwest withdrawing from their portion of work. and the bid listed amount for southwest portion of work was for $175,025.25. The amount submitted for approval by JR Pipeline for pre-con's portion of work was for $229,357.76, a difference of $54,332.51. JR Pipeline will decrease its prime participation by that amount so that the work performed by pre-con will be at no additional cost to the city. JR Pipeline has complied with all GFE and PLA requirements for this substitution. The Bureau concurs with the recommendation of Commissioner Davis as well to approve this substitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiles. Any questions? Commissioner Davis has a motion on agenda item number 16. I'll second it. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 16. Any issue sending 16 forthwith? We'll send 16 forthwith. Ms. Wiles, happy holidays to you. Thank you. Colleagues, I've got meeting minutes from the meeting of Wednesday, December 11th, 2019. Is there a second to my motion that we approve those meeting minutes by Commissioners Garcia and Villegas? Any objection? Without objection, we will approve those meeting minutes. Agenda item number 18, Council Districts 8 and 10, Authority for Expenditure, Outfront Media, and J.C. Deco. Engineering and the Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $169,287.28 to encumber funds for the payment of invoices for the Crenshaw Boulevard Proposition 1C grant project. This is a general fund issue, Mr. Drucker, on agenda item number 18. Before you start, Mr. Drucker, we received a card from Mr. Spindler. Mr. Spindler, Wayne from Encino. Number 18. Mr. Drucker, go ahead and start. Mr. Spindler can speak afterwards.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Neil Drucker, Bureau of Engineering. As President James indicated, what you have before us is a request for an authority for expenditure in the amount of $166,000 to Outfront Deco. And just to let you know, Outfront Media, J.C. Deco, is the city's vendor for bus benches, bus shelters, and the like throughout the city. This authority for expenditure will pay for the removal and replacement of a number of benches in the area of Crenshaw and Western as part of the Prop 1C Crenshaw project. It replaces approximately 8 of the existing benches and shelters. We'll remove them and replace them with state-of-the-art shelters, which include advertising, and we are working with J.C. Deco to ensure that some of those include community advertising as well.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Do you want the speaker to go first, or do you want to ask your questions? Your call. Okay. Mr. Spindler, on number 18.
Gonna take one fucking minute. So, Mr. Sedilio wants the benches with those little handles in the middle. He wants them all removed off the benches in the first district. Go back to the city council meeting. He says the handle in the middle where it prevents somebody from laying down is discrimination. Now you fucking assholes have been putting these benches up and putting these mounds in the middle of the bench, preventing somebody from laying down. And Mr. Cedillo says that is an act of racism on the part of the fucking contractor doing that to street furniture, and that the first district prevents it. But I go and I look at the fucking bench and it's got the handles there in the middle. So you're fucking Mr. Cedillo's mind up. You're fucking discriminating against people, so we want those benches clear to those handles and flat. So somebody can put a baby stroller down there, or if somebody is sick and disabled and they want to lay their leg out to stretch or something, they can do it.
The perception is we have to put the fucking handle in the middle of the bench so homeless people don't sleep on them.
Well, fuck that. And Mr. Cedillo says fuck that. But when I go into the first district, you guys are still doing it. You're still putting those handles in the middle because you don't want people that are homeless and houseless to be able to lay down on a fucking bus bench. That's how racist you are. So take those fucking handles off. If you don't, then Mr. Cedillo says he will take action, including canceling this entire contract if you keep doing that and acting racist.
Mr. Drucker on number 18. Commissioner Davis has a question for you.
I'm glad that we're going to be updating the hardware and the shelters along that transportation corridor. Obviously, it's going to be quite a compliment, and it's appropriate that we do that. Wanted to ask, in terms of the bus bench design, how was that done? Is that done in concert with the council office, or did we, through BOE, look at several options and make a choice on that, or how?
Actually, it's a citywide design, it's a citywide contract, and the vendor has a number of different types of shelters. We work with each council district whenever we install new shelters or replace existing shelters to ensure that the shelters meet their needs. So there's about half a dozen different types that we use throughout the city.
So, in fact, the council offices make the final decision in terms of what is chosen in their particular district.
Sure,
So
within the availability of, the various types of shelters and what would fit on that location as well. So sometimes we are limited as far as size and shape of the shelters, but generally they get the final say. That's correct.
So there are no particular standards that we have agreed upon citywide, that in fact there may be one style of bench in one district and it may be a different style in another council.
They're actually fairly similar styles, and we are trying as much as possible, certainly within a council district or an area, but even citywide, to limit the number of types of shelters so that repairs are simpler and parts are available citywide. But yes, there is some flexibility.
In terms of the opportunity for inclusion of businesses to advertise, you mentioned that in some regards, particularly I guess in this area, this is the Crenshaw area, correct?
Correct.
We are going to be open to potential inclusion of local businesses.
That is correct. And in fact, not only open to, we really want to encourage local businesses and even community groups, neighborhood councils and things like that, to use these shelters to advertise their events as well as actual advertising for commercial purposes.
Sure. And then in terms of the process by which that can occur, is that a process that includes the council office, or have we had or established a standard process through BOE for all of the council districts? How do we develop that process?
Actually, that works through other offices. BOE works with the vendor to install the shelters. We actually are not involved in the advertising. That's done through other offices. LADOT is very involved, MTA, as well as the council office.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Drucker. Any other questions? Is that a motion, Commissioner Davis, on number 18? I'll second it. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt number 18. Thank you, sir. Mr. Drucker, happy holidays. Any issue sending number 18 forthwith? We'll send number 18 forthwith. Mr. Tran, I see that you're here on number 19 as well. Authority for expenditure for Jordan Kaufman, KCTTC Payment Center, Council District 11, Sanitation and Accounting, are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $145,000 to encumber funds to pay property taxes as levied by the Kern County Treasurer or Tax Collector. The authority is to cover the period from July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. That's this fiscal year. And secondly, authorize myself or two members of the board to execute the service agreement. Mr. Tran on number 19.
Good morning, President James, Commissioners, Mr. Ted Jordan, Executive Officer, and the Bureau Representative. My name is Alan Tran with LA Sanitation. I'm here today for an aid for the Kern County property tax at Green Acre Farm. As you all know, that Green Acre Farm is the city properties. And the city purchased the farm back in 2000. And the main purpose for purchasing of the farm is for the city to have a place to haul the biosoil to Greenacre Farm for land application. And we're here to request the board approval for encumbering of the funds, $145,000 to pay for the Greenacre Farm property tax. And this fund covered the period from July 1st, 2019 to June 30, 2020. And the fund will come from the sewer construction and maintenance fund. Therefore, there will be no impact on the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. Mr. Spindler, you have a card in on number 19. Mr. Spindler, the whole room is waiting for you. Are you going to speak on 19 or not? All right, Mr. Spindler, so you're waiving your time on number 19? Thank you, sir. Is any questions for Mr. Tran? I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 19, seconded by Commissioner Garcia. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 19. Thank you, sir. Have a happy holiday.
Thank you so much.
Any issues sending number 19 forthwith? We'll send number 19 forthwith. Agenda item number 20, Council District 11, Authority for Expenditure, National Water Research Institute, Sanitation, and the Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $59,979 to establish funds to engage in the 501c3 nonprofit organization, National Water Research Institute, to administer and coordinate the activities of an independent advisory panel to provide expert peer review of the technical and scientific aspects of the pilot study as required by the Memorandum of Agreement and the California Code of Regulations. This request is to cover services received from September 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. That again is this fiscal year. There's also a request to authorize myself or two members of the Board of Public Works to execute the service agreement. Mr. Spindler, you have a card in on number 20. Mr. Spindler, are you going to speak on number 20? Okay, go ahead, sir. Mr. Spindler can decide while you speak, and then if he's not ready when you're done, then we'll move on. I understand the game here. So go ahead, Mr. Imami. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Nasir Imami with Hyperion Water Reclamation Plant, Water Recycling Implementation Division. In October 2017, board authorized LA San to execute a memorandum of agreement between LA San, LADWP, and West Basin Municipal Water District to design, construct, and operate a membrane bioreactor, what we call the MBR pilot facility. So this project is aligned with Mayor Garcetti's LA Green New Deal, Sustainable City Plan, to transform Hyperion to a 100% water recycling facility by 2035. So we are requesting board's approval on an authority for expenditure in the amount of $59,979 to engage National Water Research Institute, NWRI, which is a non-profit organization, to form an independent scientific advisory panel for the peer review of the technical and scientific aspects of MBR, Hyperion Membrane Bioreactor pilot facility as required by California Code of Regulations and also our Memorandum of Agreement with the project partners.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any questions at all regarding agenda item number 20? All right, Mr. Spindler, would you like to speak on number 20? You've had now a couple minutes to decide. Mr. Spindler, the board rules, you either, if you don't approach the podium promptly, then you've waived your right to speak. Do you want to speak or not? So, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. President, the board's rule number 17 indicates that in order to facilitate the orderly process of general public comment and agenda item public comment, there's a number of procedures. These procedures include, and I'll quote, "A member of the public whose name has been called by the presiding officer shall approach the podium promptly. Failure to approach the podium in a prompt manner may preclude a member of the public from speaking during the subject public comment period." Mr. Spindler is not approaching the podium promptly.
You've had over 3 minutes to do so, sir, and the speaking time is only 2 minutes. Mr. Spindler, are you going to speak or not?
He's waived his time.
Understood. Dr. Campos, would you, we'll offer you the microphone. Dr. Campos will move the microphone over to you, Mr. Spindler, if you'd like. Do you want it or not? So no? Do you want to speak or not, sir? Are you coming up? So, Mr. Mr. Jordan, Mr. Spindler is now just interrupting the meeting.
Yes, I recommend that you warn Mr. Spindler to cease his interruption of the meeting.
Try to be as accommodating as I can. And Mr. Spindler said you just want to interrupt the meeting, so we're not going to allow that to happen. There are a lot of people here. We have a lot of public business to do. So you've waived your time on number 20. Is there a second to my motion that we adopt agenda item number 20? By Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Villegas. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 20. Thank you, sir. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy
Any
holidays.
issues sending number 20 forthwith? We'll send number 20 forthwith. Agenda item number 21, motion for the revision of budget authority for the Cochran Adams Relief Sewer Project. Recommending that the board grant revision of the budget authority from $8,484,632 to $10,855,032 and grant approval from the city engineer to issue multiple change orders not to exceed $2,370,400, which includes contingency, and issue the associated supplemental agreement. Mr. Jensen on number 21. One moment, Mr. Jensen. Let me see who I need to have figure out if they want to speak or not. Mr. Spindler, you have a card in on number 21, so you have the entire time of Mr. Jensen's presentation to decide if you want to come up and speak on the item. Go ahead, Mr. Jensen.
Hi, good morning. Brad Jensen with the Bureau of Engineering, Wastewater Conveyance Engineering Division. The Cochran Adams Relief Sewer Project was awarded on January 25th, 2019 to Mladen Buntage Construction. The project will construct 2,890 feet of sewer along Cochran Avenue from Adams Boulevard to Jefferson.
One moment, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Herman, you also have a card in on number 21, so you'll have the time of Mr. Jensen's presentation to determine if you want to come up and speak. Go ahead, Mr. Jensen.
Okay. So this project will construct a sewer along Cochran between Adams and Jefferson, and then along Jefferson for 300 feet.
One moment. Mr. Herman, it's not a dance contest today, so you're interrupting the meeting. That's your first warning. You're welcome to come speak on the item if you would like, but it's going to be after Mr. Jensen finishes, and no need to dance in the process. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. The purpose of constructing the sewer is to relieve the existing sewer in Adams Boulevard. The sewer is approaching its maximum design capacity and needs to be relieved. Not relieving the sewer may result in sanitary overflows, sewer overflows, which would be costly to mitigate and have adverse environmental impacts to the community. The contract is awarded for $8,080,602 with a contingency amount of $404,030. The notice to proceed was issued on February 27th, 2019. The construction schedule was scheduled to be completed by 2/26/20. However, construction has not started. The deep live sewer tie-ins, a large diameter storm drain along the proposed sewer alignment, and especially the one-year construction schedule constraint required the contractor to propose significant traffic lane closures in order to complete the work within the contract time. This proposal was not approved by Los Angeles Department of Transportation as it would cause emergency access issues. Therefore, the contractor revised his installation method from open cut to jack and bore installation and resequenced the traffic control plans, which were approved by LADOT. Obtaining approved traffic control plans for this construction of this project has resulted in delays in starting the actual construction of the project. The estimated construction budget has been revised to $10,855,032 to account for the costs associated with the delay in obtaining approved traffic control plans, the additional direct cost to meet the approved traffic control plans, and the compensable time extension for the contractor. This proposed increase to the budget was approved on August 14th, 2019 by the Project Review Committee meeting. Therefore, staff recommends that the board grant revision of the budget authority from $8,484,632 to $10,855,032 and grant approval for the city engineer to issue multiple change orders not to exceed $2,370,400, which includes contingency, and also issue the associated supplemental agreement. If you have any questions, I can answer.
Mr. Jensen, no, just that the second paragraph makes pretty clear, just from the motion, the purpose of constructing the relief sewer is to relieve the existing sewer along Adams Boulevard. The Adams Boulevard sewer is approaching its maximum design capacity and needs relief. Not relieving the sewer may result in sanitary sewer overflows, which would be costly to mitigate and have adverse environmental impacts to the community. Of course, I just think that's a decent summary of what you're asking for. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, President James. I just have a question. When do we expect to get started once this is approved?
They've been negotiating the change order, so I believe they're looking at starting actual construction at the beginning of the year.
How long will it take to finish this
I
project?
believe they're adding an additional 3 months to the construction duration, so we're looking to complete construction in spring of 2021.
So a year and a half.
15 months.
15 months. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you, President. Just a quick question, just for transparency purposes. Can you let us know who makes up the Project Review Committee?
It's mainly the Bureau of Sanitation and also Mr. Kinrad from Bureau of Engineering. They're the voting members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? One moment, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Spindler, do you want to speak on number 21?
So you got this motherfucking nigger, Harry Wesson, the rat nigger. And what he doing here, he started with $8 million. And now he gonna fuck the goddamn taxpayer for $2.3 million of additional fraud because he running for a board of supervisors to replace Mark Ridley Monkey. And that's the way this fraud and budgetary authority go down in the ghetto. Now, most of you white folk don't understand what this goddamn FBI target does. See, he go and he put a budget underneath and he know it too low, so everybody out in holidays now, so they don't listen and they ain't paying attention, so they gonna steal this money today, and the folk ain't here, they all on vacation and shit. That's the way that the city operates, and that's why the FBI has 3 raids and 3 different grand juries in the raw ball building. And they're gonna get this today because this bullshit represents 24.9% increase if I'm doing my math right. And the reason why is because Mr. Whitson got over $1,250,000 in campaign donations, even though he's being investigated by the DA. He's being investigated by the FBI, and he's also rumored to be investigated by the IRS. As you know, Mr. Davis, he had a $29,000 unpaid tax lien a few years ago. So he already has proven a track record of cheating the federal government. Well, he gonna cheat the city. And of course, you're gonna sit your ass down there with your little bow tie and approve your fraud. Now, I want this stopped. FBI, you need to do your job.
2 minutes.
Mr. Herman, would you like to speak on number 21?
First of all, I wasn't dancing. For the record, James C. Chalfant, for the record, 19 ST CPO 5399. Herb Sambos, the tax lien regarding his misappropriations for paying the IRS is right, a fraud. And the authority under the Cochran-Adams Sewer Project is a lot of shit. So thick is this shit, we have to wait 1 year for construction. For what? For the obstructing of our public right-of-way, niggas. And Mr. Davis knows it. That's why he wears that funky-ass bow tie. And that's what James, the Honorable Moss Court, said. That we're going to get back our First Amendment right to destroy fraud. We're going to build a motion, a revision that will strictly put the budget of Los Angeles on the record, that we shall save California from the obstruction, from the liens, from the false taxes of Herb Wesson Jr. nigga. And I'm tired of these grants for revision, and I'm demanding the FBI authorize the investigation on my behalf in the name of Wayne Spindler for multiple charges and orders not to exceed. For the infrastructure, my brothers, is discriminatory, and we white niggas are paying for this shit. And it's time to end this resolution. Here I am here to object, because I demand the charges of fraud and extortion end here, FBI, because I believe in America. I believe in constitutional betterment.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. On number 21, any other questions? I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 21, seconded by Commissioner Caloza and Commissioner Davis. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 21. Agenda item, one moment. Mr. Spindler, I'm calling agenda item number 13 next, and I'm going to read through the motion on agenda item number 13. And so you have a few minutes to decide if you want to speak on number 13. You put in a card. Agenda item number 13, recommending that the board first adopt the following. Bureaus of Sanitation, Engineering, and Contract Administration will continue their current review process for all invoices submitted under the Emergency Sewer Repair Program. When Sanitation, Engineering, and/or Contract Administration have completed their review, they will transmit the invoices to the Board of Public Works, Office of Accounting, who will then process all invoice payments without additional review within 30 days. If any payment adjustments are necessary, those adjustments will be made in the final payment for each construction order. Sanitation, Engineering, and Contract Administration have confirmed that they are responsible for each of their respective bureaus' submissions to the Board of Public Works Office of Accounting under this new expedited review and payment process. So on agenda item number 13, let me read the motion. This was my motion, seconded by Commissioner Garcia. This is on the Emergency Sewer Repair Program. The Emergency Sewer Repair Program responds to damaged sewers that, if not repaired, can cause sanitary sewer overflows. Since the scope cannot be defined in advance, most of this work is performed using the time and material method in accordance with the Board of Public Works policy entitled, quote, Policy for All Time and Material Work, close quote, approved on March 14, 2003. Recently, Sanitation has increased their closed-circuit television sewer surveys and identified repairs at a rate almost twice those of previous years, resulting in more construction orders and subsequent payment requests from the contractors who perform this work. The surge of payment requests has overwhelmed our Board of Public Works Office of Accounting's ability to process them within the 30 days required by the California Public Contract Code. Engineering and Contract Administration review all time and material sheets and forward them to the Board of Public Works Office of Accounting, who perform additional review prior to payment of the invoices. Unfortunately, this process has produced a backlog of emergency sewer repair payments, subjecting the city to potential interest penalties for late payments. Therefore, we move that the Board of Public Works adopt the following expedited process for the emergency sewer repair payments currently active and unpaid, and all other future ESR, that's emergency sewer repair invoices, that may be presented to the Office of Accounting. First, Sanitation, Engineering, and Contract Administration will continue with their current review process for all invoices submitted under the ESR program, so they will be doing the same standard review. When sanitation, engineering, and/or contract administration have completed their review, they will transmit the invoices to the Board of Public Works Office of Accounting. Once the Board of Public Works Office of Accounting receives the invoice from sanitation, engineering, or contract administration, the Board of Public Works Office of Accounting will then process all such invoice payments without additional review, and within 30 days. There will be an amendment regarding the word additional in the discussion, I anticipate. If any payment adjustments are necessary, those adjustments will be made in the final payment for each construction order. That will be the shore up at the end of the contract. Secondly, sanitation, engineering, and contract administration have confirmed that they are responsible for each of the respective bureau's submissions to the Board of Public Works Office of Accounting under this new expedited review and payment process, and will be prepared to respond to any audit inquiries thereof. And we may have an amendment regarding legal aspects of that as well. So, Mr. Spindler, you've had a few minutes to decide if you want to speak on number 13. Mr. Spindler passes number 13. So, could I know that we have representatives from Labor's International Union, Local 300, as well as the Engineering Contractors Association, and representatives from our bureaus. Ms. Mallory, could I have you come forward for a moment? And Mr. Red, I may have some questions for you as well. I think Mr. Johnson may be, there he is over there in the VIP section. Mr. Smith, I'm sorry. Ms. Mallory, one of the reasons, as you know, for a year or so, maybe even a little longer, with improvements in technology, which is a really good thing, we have been, for our emergency sewer repair program, and I'm going to make the summary and you can let me know if there are areas that need correction. We have been able to increase the amount of these emergency sewer repairs that have been needed because we can now tell where these stresses in our system are. And that enables us, through our contractors that we've worked with for many years, many of them, many years, many family-owned businesses, small businesses, some of them, and we've been able to work with them at an increased rate to provide these necessary sewer repairs. That has obviously resulted in an increased volume to our Office of Accounting. It's an increased volume that they have worked incredibly hard to keep up with. And I want to thank Victoria Santiago, her entire team, Miguel and all the others at accounting for working hard overtime, nights, weekends to keep up with all of this. I also want to thank Dr. Campos and your assistant executive officer and your team, Dr. Campos, in working to respond to the numerous requests that we've gotten for updates and for payments that we have struggled to keep up with. For the last year or so, you might recall, Ms. Mallory, this motion is a very close iteration of the motion that the board passed last year, but decided in the interim, because of a number of the processes that need to take place, even with confirmation from the CAO's office, the city attorney's office, the process that has to take place even through the controller's office, we decided to try a number of other methods for this year. We have done so. We brought in temp agency. We brought in people on a part-time basis. We've made a number of requests over the years for accounting staff. We've hired additional accounting staff. Part of the problem is, though, people promote out, they move out, and they retire. So the net amount is never what you expect you're getting when you hire new people. And so we have ended up in a situation where myself and Commissioner Garcia, I can speak for her on this since she seconded the motion, feel like we need to go back to the original expedited plan that we put on the table last year. And I would add, for the record, that this was a plan that was put forward by sanitation, engineering, and contract administration a year ago. We tweaked it a little bit to make it fit given everything that we've done in the last year. And I wanted to get a sense from you as to your thoughts on our opportunities for benefit in eliminating some of the backlog here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, President James. Good morning, everyone. To echo your comments, certainly a lot of work has been done in this past year through Office of Accounting, the additional staff are greatly appreciated, and they've been working overtime. I know LA Sand has been sending staff as well on regular and overtime to assist at Office of Accounting. Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Contract Administration have also been sending staff there to help answer questions, to help smooth things along and get things moving. While we've made all of these improvements, overall, however, we have not seen a significant change of the rate at which these items are being paid. And we've also seen the fact that because so many resources are devoted to these invoices, other invoices we have are suffering as well, and aren't getting paid within the 30 days that we would want to see them paid. So I think it definitely is time to look at doing something that's a little more radical. We've done a lot of the incremental changes, and that has helped, but not significantly enough. I think by moving forward with this program, it's a very limited amount of risk we're taking on, while we know we've got a significant amount of risk if we don't have a robust pool of contractors that we can call on, who will bring forward their best prices for us and not put us in a situation where, if there are concerns about the timeliness of payments, we either have contractors who choose not to do work for us, or whose pricing reflects the fact that they're expecting there to be delays. That's not in the best interest of our ratepayers who we're ultimately trying to serve here. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to test this out, gather data from it, find out how it potentially will need to be tweaked in the future, and if it's successful and if we find the positives far outweigh the negatives, potentially look at expanding this into other areas of our contract payments as well.
Thank you, Ms. Mowry. Any questions for Ms. Mowry before I call? Thank you. Before I call on Ken Red, and I might just add, Lisa, at the risk of embarrassing you, I hope I don't do that. I joked with Lisa in a recent meeting, saying we're going to call this the Mowry Initiative, because it was your communication to my office that really inspired the need to do this right now, along with two other people that are here. I'm going to ask them if they want to speak in a moment, but that's our representative from the ECA, as well as the laborers who we've been working with significantly on this as well, and their constant patience but offer of ideas resulted in this motion today as well. Mr. Red from Engineering, the perspective from your Bureau regarding this, sir.
I think I would echo, good morning, Ken Red, Bureau of Engineering. I think I would echo Lisa's comments. There's been a tremendous amount of work in the last year on all accounts, trying to get contractors paid, because that is the lifeblood of getting the work done. They need to get paid. And so I think it is time for us to try something a little different. Engineering is committed to make this work. We've done, as Ben said, we've sent people over to work overtime in accounting. We've sent staff 2 or 3 times a week to answer questions and try to help move invoices along. And I think that's helped, but as Lisa said, not enough. And so engineering fully supports this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Red. Any questions for Mr. Red before we go to Mr. Smith from Contract Administration? Just so the record's clear on this, Mr. Smith, Mr. Red, Ms. Mowry, Ms. Santiago and her team, Dr. Campos, myself, our city attorney, Mr. Jordan, we have had a number of meetings that were, for a while, Friday afternoon meetings that would occur where we would sit in a room and put some of these issues on the table and talk them out. Sometimes if Mr. Jordan and I needed to act as an arbitrator or a mediator on deciding quick policies, we would do that to try and move things along, but we feel like we need to get to this point right now. That's why the motion is in front of us. Mr. Smith, your thoughts as well.
Good morning. Chris Smith, Assistant Director of Bureau of Contract Administration and Inspection Services. The Bureau is in full support of this motion. I just want to point out that what we're doing here is not going to change our process. The board has a T&M policy. That policy is not going to be altered in any way. We'll be following it just like we always have. The only thing that this is going to change is some of the redundancy that's been built into this process. And that redundancy is what's been killing us time-wise. So we fully welcome your motion, Mr. President, and Bureau of Engineering, Sanitation, and Contract Administration will continue to work in partnership with your Office of Accounting and the Executive Officer as we have to make sure that we're covering all the bases and protecting ourselves audit-wise. But this is a good thing. Contractors need to get paid, and I think we figured out a way to do that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Smith? Dr. Campos, before I offer Mr. May and Mr. Pantoja the opportunity to speak. Dr. Campos? I'm sorry, Dr. Davis. I've got my PhDs mixed up here.
Yeah, I just
Go ahead,
want
sir.
to thank those leaders within the Department of Public Works who have been flexible enough to come up with a policy to help us expedite the payment to our contractors. Obviously, we know that the core of what we do in terms of constructing buildings and facilities for citizens in the city of Los Angeles heavily depends upon those in the construction industry. And personally, we all try to pay our bills on time, particularly when we have the money. And so the city is no different. We want to pay our bills on time. And in fact, when I came here, I had an opportunity to talk with our executive officer, and I was impressed that our value is in fact that we want to pay people within 30 days. I thought that was absolutely great for an organization to have that value. And having said that, we want to make sure that we make good on our promise that we can pay people in 30 days. And at one point, we were able to do that. And again, as has been mentioned by the president, we have perhaps an overwhelming amount of work coming before us. So I just want to say that I think that this is a great initiative that we're putting forward. And nothing is more important than us holding up our value to pay people within 30 days. I mean, we try to do it in our personal lives as best we can, and we want to do the same with the same amount of passion on behalf of the city of Los Angeles. So I thank you for this initiative, and I strongly support it because I strongly believe in our goal to pay our contractors within 30 days.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Pantoja. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, honorable commissioners. My name is Ernesto Pantoja, here on behalf of Sergio Ascuan, Business Manager of Labor's Local 300. I can't tell you how grateful we are. I know to Mr. Red, Mr. Smith, Dr. Campos, especially you, President James. This has been a long fight for us. It's been a difficult fight for us. Our members work hard. We had a lot of contractors that we had to go after because they couldn't make their pension and trust fund contributions to our members because of the delays. The ESR offers a great opportunity for our contractors, especially the ones that are smaller, can't do the bigger projects. It keeps them working. During the downturn in the economy, it kept a lot of them alive. So I thank you guys for being patient with us. I know I hammered on these offices a lot, but it's because we care about our members. We also care about the city. You know, we saw where this was going, and the last thing we wanted was any potential legal action, because we knew deep down inside we'd have some answer for this. So I can't thank you guys enough for being patient with us, working with us, taking that into consideration, and really digging down deep to figure out a solution to this. So I think moving forward, and the same thing, we take responsibilities for our contractors not doing what they're supposed to either. That's one thing that we always want you to remember. If our contractors aren't doing what they're supposed to, we need to know that too. We need to make them accountable, because we understand in this process, they have their own blame. But we would like to thank you for the hard work and the dedication, and our members, thank you. So moving forward, whatever you guys need from us, we're here to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pantoja. Let me just say, your office really led this process with us for the last year. Your ability to be in regular communication with the mayor's office, with the council offices, that we obviously need the support from. moving forward, and recognizing that we have an opportunity here. I think this will solve a number of backlog issues, and then we're going to reevaluate in 3 months, 6 months, see how we're doing in partnership with all of you, because we need to hear from your end as well. The other thing, Ernesto, that we really appreciate is your working with your members regarding the invoice accuracy, because the more accurate the invoices are, the easier it, obviously, for us to get through the city's process, and what that makes some of the redundancy, obviously, completely unnecessary. And if we have, and when we shore up at the end of the contracts, it'll make that an easier process as well. So thank you. Mr. May from the ECA, thank you for coming in this morning, sir.
Well, President James and Commissioners, Mr. Redd, Mr. Smith, thank you. I am now with the Southern California Contractors Association, but I represent contractors. And I just want to tag on a little bit to what Ernesto said. We've worked part and parcel with the laborers, the operators, teamsters, carpenters, cement masons, and they've done yeoman's work in bringing this to your attention. Contractors have a sense of being the bank in some instances, but you have progressed on this. Fernando also has helped us bridge that gap and reduce those times. And we welcome and we embrace every effort that you're putting forward to get our contractors paid within 30 days. And we also have that responsibility. They're not perfect either, and where we have issues that we need to address, bring them on. We're ready to help you proceed in that respect. And this is great news for our contractors, and I will report back the direction that the Board of Commissioners has taken. Subject to your questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. May? Thank you, sir. And Wes, thank you for just your years of work with us, ECA, now Southern California. This is something that we are going in eyes open, and our partners in our city process are aware of it, and I suspect that we'll have success, but we'll be in constant touch, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia, before we call on Dr. Campos, go ahead. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I just want to make a highlight on our motion that I want to make sure that our accounting office and everybody else is that this is not starting today moving forward. This is that we also want to take into account any current invoices on queue and any unpaid invoices within the past few months that have not been paid. So I just want to make sure that we get up to date, and then starting forward, also going forward with that. So it's not now starting any new ones, it's whatever's on queue.
It's whatever's in the stack.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Understood. Dr. Campos, a few items, a couple of questions. One, let me say, first of all, thank you to your office. I'm sorry. Oh, Commissioner Caloza.
Do you want to go first?
It's up to you.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay. Commissioner, sorry I didn't see your light.
No worries.
Commissioner Caloza.
Okay. Thank you, President James. I just wanted to echo what you both said already, and thank you both for your leadership on this motion. I know today was a long time coming, and a lot of time has been put into trying to figure out what the best policy was for the department moving forward, and I think this is a step in the right direction for our partners who took the time to be here today to voice their support for this. Just know that we thank you for your patience, and that we will continue to look at ways to improve our work further, and we thank you all for being here. I agree. I strongly support this, and look forward to what the results will be from our accounting team, and hopefully that they'll make big strides in what these payments look like, and they're being processed in the timely manner. So thank you both.
Thank you, Commissioner Caloza. Dr. Campos, thank you for the work that your office has been through. I know it's been a frustrating year, really, for everyone in finding a way to solve these problems. But with your hard work and patience in partnership with Ms. Santiago and her accountants that have really had just an incredible amount of workload placed on their desks, that we appreciate everyone's willingness to to work on this new expedited process together. I understand from you that you have a couple of revisions, and I'm looking at the proposed revisions now. Would you go through those with us on the oral record? I agree with all of them, but I put them on the table so we can have a discussion about them, and I don't anticipate that they will spark any questions or clarifications needed from Mr. Redd, Ms. Mowry, Mr. Smith, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Pantoja, but if they do, we'll find that out. Go ahead, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. Pleasure to provide my advice and also my commentary to this proposed motion. I will make my statements in two different buckets of areas, if you will. One is the innovation side of the house in terms of how this is very innovative and moving us forward and just moving the payments through an expedient manner through our process, if you will. And then the second part of my commentary will be more on policy and advice and risk. So I will begin with just echoing my colleagues here with the Bureaus of Sanitation, Engineering, and Contract Administration in terms of we have tried many things. This motion is just another tool that we're going to try to see how we can fix the problem. This problem started in June 2018. We knew that it was coming. We knew that CCTV was going to be introduced. What we did not know is the volume and the quantity of invoices that would be coming our way. So we did propose many positions to be added to the to this area of responsibility through the mayor's proposed budget, also working with our council offices. We were successful in getting some resources, but not all resources. So that led us to think about what else we can do to help ameliorate this process and this problem, and that led to providing overtime. We did spend, and just for the record, we did spend about $250,000 last year in just overtime paying our staff. That was a short-term gap. It worked for a couple of months, but as humans, we get tired, and if asking staff to keep working overtime and it's the same staffers, then we were unable to keep up with the demand of the invoices. At that point, all bureaus got together and we were creative, we were innovative, we were partnering, and the Bureaus of Sanitation, Engineering, and ConAds provided additional resources from their own staff to provide us support to move these invoices in a much faster pace. That helped, but did not fix the problem. It just sustained the problem. In addition to that, we did borrow employees from other departments. We also reached out to the Department of the Controller's Office to borrow from their accounting pool. So we did try many ways to help fix it. We improved, but we did not completely eliminate the problem. And we don't think this problem is going to go away. This is the new normal. This is the new demand for services. As we continue the CCTV program, our invoices are still coming in at records high. Typically per month, just to give you an idea, we would get anywhere from 150 to 200 invoices per month. This is pre-CCTV implementation. Now we're getting on average about 500 to 600 invoices per month. There are a couple of months that we were reaching 700, 800. About 2 months ago, we reached close to 1,100 invoices. So that almost quadruple, almost 5 times the number of invoices. And these invoices are coming in for as little as $100. Some of them are as much as $150,000. The average is about $35,000 to $50,000 is the average range. Nonetheless, we tried many different ways to improve the situation. I believe we did do some improvements. At one point, we were paying vendors, and my apologies to all vendors that are listening out there and those that are in the public, we were paying vendors 75 to 90 days after the invoices were being received. We're down to about 45 to 49 days right now, but we're still not at that 30-day mark. There are some that are getting the payments within 30 days, but some are not. This is the motion that's before you is innovative. It helps speed up the payment process. So I thank the board for considering this motion. I also thank all the bureaus that are here providing their testimony. I agree with my colleagues. This is another tool, another option that we're considering just to help fix the problem. We will continue to ask for additional resources. I think this will help eliminate the emergency sewer repairs, but this is one of about 200 funds that we manage for the entire Department of Public Works. This is just a small portion that represents about $350 million in payments that we give out per year. Our budget for the department is about $1.3 billion. This is about $350 million that goes out per year. So it's just a fraction of those invoices. So having said that, that's my commentary on, in regards to the innovation and the expediency of the motion. The other part is the risk factor and the policy advice. And as your executive officer and also through the charter, the director of public works, I must give you some advice in terms of how this board should proceed and some areas that you should consider and proceeding with caution. One, I am proposing a couple amendments to the motions just to make sure that we are placed in a position where this board is not just approving the motion just to pay the payment without actually looking at the invoices and doing the internal reviews. As Mr. Smith indicated from the Bureau of Contract Administration, we do have multiple steps in which we review the invoices, one at the Bureau of Engineering, another step at the Bureau of Contract Administration. Sanitation also scrubs the invoice, and then it's scrubbed again for the fourth time in the Office of Accounting. We're all looking at the invoices through different lenses. One is through the project manager, the other is in the inspection, and then for us, we're looking at it through the accounting lens. And the accounting lens, we have to adhere to GASB pronouncement, which is the General Accepted Standards Board, which basically does pronouncements that indicates here's how you review an invoice, and here are the accounting standards and principles that accountants must go through to review the invoice. We cannot compromise the integrity of those pronouncements because that compromises the city as a whole. So therefore, I am making a recommendation to amend the first part of the motion, and that is instead of indicating without additional review, we want to make it very clear that we're not going to do any accounting review based on those standards. That comes with some risks. There's some risk trade-off that the board is going to have to consider and as you deliberate this motion, and that is, do we pay individuals quickly at the cost of not reviewing the invoices through the GASB pronouncement lens? Now, that risk may be low in comparison to an emergency if the sewer bursts or there's a leak in the sewer line. That can come at a higher price. So there's a trade-off that this board would have to make in regards to that. So therefore, my proposal is to remove or strike out the word additional and replace it with the word accounting. In addition to that, to help mitigate the internal controls and help mitigate some of those impacts and reduce the risk further, I am recommending that we include that the final adjustment or at the final stage of the payment that the Bureau of Contract Administration and also the Bureau of Engineering will get together and scrub the final payment to make sure that we're not overpaying the contractor at the end of the project. And so this is something that the auditors, when they come out from the Office of the Controllers or even the financial auditors that the city hires independently, they will be looking, did you follow all the rules? Did you follow the principles? Did you follow the standards? Did you overpay or did you underpay the contractor? In this case, we want to make sure that we're not caught in a position that we're overpaying the contractor and therefore creating some liability that can be compounded over the years. So therefore, amending this motion to include those adjustments will be made by the Bureau of Contract Administration and Engineering in the final payment will help mitigate some of those that risk. The last amendment that I am proposing that this board consider is when the bureaus submit their invoices, there's an invoice packet that comes with it. So it's the actual invoice plus all supporting documentations or portions of that supporting documentation. So however the bureaus define the invoice package, we would like this motion to clearly identify that as bureaus submit their invoice packages to the board, that we will review those in the new expedited review process, and then also indicate that there could be some audit or legal inquiries and issues thereof. So therefore, the proposal on recommendation number 2 is to strike out the word submission and replace it with invoice package submitted to the Board of Public Works. And then also towards the end of recommendation number 2, instead of saying any audit inquiries, we would replace that with any audit / legal inquiries and issues thereof. Therefore, in case there's any legal implications, ratepayers that may want to consider legal action, or even a contractor that may want to consider legal action, at that point, the Bureaus of Contract Administration and Bureau of Engineering would have all the supporting documentation that can help defend the city and put our position in the best foot forward.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. Basically, on your explanation and on the surface, I agree with them, but I know we have some others that may have questions. One of the things I want to mention before we go, and I do want to hear from our Bureau representatives as well regarding these issues, at least briefly. The issue of risk that's a double-edged sword. As Ms. Mallory pointed out, while I recognize that there is some risk here, and we're welcoming that and going in with our eyes open in deciding to do this expedited process, there is some risk by moving beyond or around the additional accounting review that is the redundancy that Mr. Smith talked about. But there's another risk by not doing it. And it's the risk that Ms. Mallory spoke about, and it's a risk that we've been living with for the last year that we heard about from Mr. Pantoja and Mr. May regarding their members. That's the risk of not being able to pay our bills, the liability that's associated with that, the violations of the public contracting code that are associated with that, and most importantly, the harm that it causes our contractors that are working in our city for our residents. And when I look at that risk versus the risk that we're facing with our eyes open on this document, and Dr. Campos, you are doing your job in pointing that out to us publicly, and I thank you for it. But going in completely eyes open, I'm prepared to take the risk. I'm more than prepared to take the risk that we are faced with today. That said, Commissioner Villegas.
I just have a clarifying question for Dr. Campos. Do we know if our Bureau of Contract Administration, do we know if our contract administration staff who will be reviewing these final payments, are they accountants?
Not that I'm aware of, but we do have Chris Smith, Mr. Smith, that's here that can validate that, but my understanding is no.
Chris Smith, Contract Administration. They are not accountants.
Or finance background?
Yes, we have clerks that do have a financial background.
Okay. That is levity for our risk, just for the record.
Excellent point. Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, as we move forward on this policy to hold to our commitment to pay in 30 days, once again, I think that this is a great, innovative approach to helping to solve that problem. But it's inevitable that perhaps in the future, has nothing to do with this, but it's directly related, that we might need to study how long this onslaught of caseload of accountant cases will be, and ultimately deciding if we should grow that department of accounting to a level that is sufficient as we also enact this particular policy. We may have to chew chewing gum and walk across the street at the same time. So as we move forward on this policy, which I'm very glad that we've come up with something new to move the ball forward to achieve our ultimate goal and to reflect our core value. Our core value is that we want people to get paid on time. We're expected as individuals to pay our bills on time, and the city is no different than we are as individuals collectively. We are the city. So the city is doing the same thing that we do on an everyday basis, and this initiative helps us to achieve that. But what I'm saying today is that we might need to do another study to find out if we need to hire some more accountants and grow that department to a level that is sufficient in the future.
Thank you.
Dr. Campos?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Davis. That's an excellent point, and we are continuing to work with the CAO's office to request additional sub-authorities. We're working with the Bureau of Sanitation. I want to publicly say thanks to Sanitation. They have never once hesitated. Whatever funding needs that we need, they are 100% supportive of our resources that we need. In fact, that's how we propose. However, getting the actual positions approved has been more difficult, so perhaps maybe a study is welcomed so that we can actually have somebody come in independently. It's not just anecdotal information or even the statistics that we provide the mayor's office and also the city council, the CAO's office, that they can actually support the additional of those resources. So again, sanitation has been wonderful, and they've been great, never hesitated, never wavered to support us in any funding needs that we have. So I think, to your point, Commissioner Davis, we welcome the commentary. We will continue to chew gum and walk at the same time, if you will, and then continue exploring ways that we can improve this area. And again, this is the emergency sewer repair program. This is for emergencies. I think this is a justifiable, something that can be defensible for the board to consider, because this is just for emergency sewer repair program invoices. So it's just this case in point only.
And Dr. Davis, not to be too premature here, but you are ahead of your time a little bit in the suggestion, because we are in consultation now with experts that have worked in this area at the city in the past, who have offered their assistance and to do exactly what you're talking about. We expect to talk to them after the holidays. So one of them's been on vacation, so we are on our way with that possibility as well. So, Mr. Smith, while I've got you at the podium, are the proposed amendments okay with you?
I don't see any points that we would object to. The Bureau does understand and appreciate the willingness that the board has to take on some risk, because there is some risk involved in this.
Sure.
We're removing a review process that we would normally go through, but I don't want to speak for Mr. Red and the Bureau of Engineering, but you can rest assured that from our standpoint, we'll do whatever heightened process we need to do when we get to that last payment to ensure that we don't have this problem. But I also want to speak to the risk factor. And in this past year, we have received interest claims on late payments in excess of 6 figures. So
there's risk.
There's risk.
By not doing this. Yeah.
That's the risk we're taking by not doing something like this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Red?
I don't see anything that we would disagree with on the amendments. We work with contract administration on every contract at the end to close it out, and we'll continue to do so to the best of our ability. So I think.
Ms. Mallory, okay on the amendments? Sanitation says yes. Mr. Pantoja, Mr. May?
Based on everything we've heard, I think we're okay. The only thing that I kind of noticed during a lot of our discussions over the last year and a half is communication. Communication to our contractors is key. There's a lot of stuff falling between the cracks. Our contractors aren't being told when they're being deficient on their invoices. I think that's a part that needs to get addressed. I think that's going to help.
I think we should have a training.
Yes.
Yes, of with our team and your folks for what works and what doesn't from our perspective.
And I think kind of for a while, and you know, I know Wes and the SCCA and the ECA are committed to, because we also have contractors that aren't part of those associations, so we have to reach out to them. But I think communication is a real issue here. It has been. So I think being able to have departments communicate, even if it has to come through us, we're okay. But the message has to get to our contractors that, hey, you screwed up on this invoice. You're not doing it right. Sometimes it just falls into the nether regions, and they're expecting to get paid because they submitted, but we're never told, hey, you know, your invoice was deficient. So I think everything that Dr. Campos is saying is I think we're in absolute agreement. We never want to put the city in a situation where they're going to be held liable. We will stand with you on this as well. Understand that we are here to fight with you guys because this is an issue that needs to be addressed. So we're okay with it, and whatever you need from us, we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. May?
Yes, I agree with Mr. Campos's amendments. My concern is when we talk about contract administration and Bureau of Engineering, and they have to have another meeting, sometimes that's another meeting that causes another hang-up. And there's also the risk of the city has to pay interest, can be liable for interest on some of these non-payments. That being said, we're in support of this agreement. And just another thought, and we like this is an interactive, dynamic, collaborative process. That means we all have to work together, and we agree with that. So anyway, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other lights up, I'll make a motion that I've made the motion, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Garcia. Any objection? Without objection, that'll be the order on agenda item number 13. Any issue sending number 13 forthwith? We'll send number 13 forthwith. Thank you, everybody.
And Mr. President.
As amended.
As amended, thank
Right.
you. And then if your board's okay, I'd like to label this as policy number 802.
Yes, I'm sorry
so that
about
it
that,
could go
yeah.
into the official records.
Yeah, it's policy number 802, as amended, passed forthwith, and with a note by Commissioner Garcia, as the motion says in the document, that this is to take place immediately at the end of our meeting, of course, because it's forthwith, and it does relate to, quote, currently active and unpaid and all other future ESR invoices. All right, thank you. So that'll be the order on number 13. Agenda item number 14, and Mr. Spindler and Mr. Herman, you have a card in on number 14, so you'll have a moment to decide if you want to speak on this item. Number 14 is a motion regarding illegal dumping, recommending that the board first approve the Bureau of Sanitation Watershed Protection Program Enforcement Unit to to continue to cite individuals, businesses, and other responsible parties caught in the act of criminal illegal dumping, illicit discharging, and or creating public nuisances by issuing criminal notice to appear citations and creating criminal complaint referrals for misdemeanor and felony investigations. And secondly, concur that in order for sanitation's watershed protection team to continue in executing its objective apprehending persons in the act of illegal dumping, the sanitation watershed protection team should continue deploying electronic surveillance and field investigators in illegal dumping hotspots around the city. On number 14, and I'll read through the motion as I did last time, and this is really, in essence, a demarcation motion. It's a motion to make clearer which divisions of sanitation have these varying responsibilities related to illegal dumping to make our illegal dumping enforcement process more efficient, effective, and successful. So here's the motion for the record. Illegal dumping is the act of unauthorized depositing, dropping, dumping, placing, or throwing of any waste matter onto public or private property. Reference California Penal Code Section 374, so it is a crime. Illegal dumping is a criminal offense that instantly affects the safety of our public and negatively impacts our communities. The City of Los Angeles spends millions of dollars annually to remove illegally dumped materials, and private property owners incur significant costs to clean up illegal dumping. Illegal dumping enforcement is the action taken against those responsible for illegal dumping. Enforcement actions for those who illegally dump include criminal prosecutions, administrative actions, and civil prosecutions. It is imperative that the City of Los Angeles ensure consistent criminal enforcement of those who are illegally dumping. Therefore, LA Sanitation and Environment Watershed Protection Program Enforcement Unit, supported by the Los Angeles Police Department, should continue in its capacity as the lead criminal enforcement agency in the city by attempting to apprehend persons in the act of criminal illegal dumping. The new administrative citation enforcement program, that's the ACE program that you'll hear regularly. Amendments to the Los Angeles Municipal Code are more appropriate for city agencies other than LA Sands Water Protection Program Enforcement Unit, and that they do not have the criminal enforcement authority that the Watershed Protection Program has. Therefore, we move that LA Sands Watershed Protection Program Enforcement Unit continue to cite individuals, businesses, and other responsible parties caught in the act of criminal illegal dumping, illicit discharging, and or creating public nuisances by issuing criminal notices to appear citations and creating criminal complaint referrals for misdemeanor and felony investigations. Further, we move that in order for the LA Sand Watershed Protection Team to continue in executing its objective of apprehending persons in the act of illegal dumping, and in order to effect the criminal prosecution of individuals and or businesses that are illegally dumping, the LA Sand Watershed Protection Team should continue deploying electronic surveillance and field investigators in illegal dumping hotspots around the city. Mr. Herman, you're up, sir.
Idaho's camping ban violates the Constitution, such as is creating a criminal complaint of referrals for misdemeanors and felonies against the homeless people who have shattered the records of these so-called encampments of leaving their fucking belongings on the public right-of-way called a sidewalk. So you need to stop. You need to stop fucking with people's personal belongings because, again, the ruling against the anti-homeless laws, your fucking laws, just because people cannot simply have a place like their own called a home, but yet you state that your overpayments and your pattern and practice, Mr. Chris Smith, your background has failed to cooperate with us to understand that off of Hoover Street, James and Wood Street, why can't you clean the fucking trash? When a person complains of the trash off of Hoover Street, clean the fucking nigger's property. Real simple. But again, do not violate the activity that's simply a universal, unavoidable consequences of being human. you violate their First Amendment simply because of pattern and practice of anti-City of Los Angeles to create a criminal complaint of referrals and set your fucking cameras up. Maybe if you would take the mayor's advice, suck Eric Garcetti's cock, and maybe the cocksucker will give you something in return, Mr. Davis. The Sentinel is nothing more but fake fucking news and lies on Donald Trump's behalf. Fuck you.
Mr. Wayne from Encino, you have a card in on number 14.
That's right. Let's talk about 8th Street down to James M. Wood Street, Hoover, South Coronado. What the fuck have you been doing? You don't sweep the fucking streets on Thursday. Why? Because the homeless encampment has got all their fucking cars parked all up and down Hoover for 3 years. There's a vacant lot that stretches from Hoover to Coronado, and they dump and dump and dump, and they don't fence the fucking lot. And you guys are going to do something now? To who? These homeless motherfucking criminals. Are you going to cite them? No. You're going to go after legitimate businesses instead of these fuckers that do this shit to us. Every fucking day they fill up the trash cans with urine and feces and drug needles and defecated fucking pillows and mattresses. And people are picking the shit up with toxic fucking protective gloves. Because I call and nobody comes out and gets these fucking animals off the fucking streets. You can't even walk on either side of the sidewalk. All the way from fucking James M. Woods all the way to 8th Street on Coronado, and we're right next to Hoover Elementary School. These people can't even walk on either side because all the tents and the trash and the shit are there, blocking all the driveways to the fucking parking lots. What the fuck do you people do here with this fucking city? What the fuck do you guys don't even work. You get paid not to work. You're not even working. You want to pay your vendors. First, get the fuck out to that place, declare a state of emergency, and get these fucking pieces of shit off our streets.
Mr. Sachs on number 14.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. No, good morning still.
Good morning, sir.
Who even knew? Who even knew that the Sanitation Watershed Protection Program had? Well, first of all, who even knew there was a Sanitation Watershed Protection Program? And who even knew that there was a Sanitation Watershed Protection Program Enforcement Unit?
We did.
You did. But I don't know how many people in the public did. And I appreciate the work of the officers who have to go out and do some of this stuff. But yeah, the electronic surveillance would probably be drones in a short word. So you're using drones, and as much as they're cursing and bitching and moaning, they are somewhat right because this is directed. You can put people in campers. Oh, you dumped your stuff, you're out. Whatever. The city and the county and the state seem to be doing a over-the-top enforcement against homelessness. They ask for a lot of money, and they don't do anything with the money. And they turn around, and then they say, you know what, we're going to bust more homeless people, although we create more homeless people by eliminating jobs and the different requirements for businesses and the street vendors who stop people from going into brick and mortar shops who lose business, and everything is bent. There's a direction being taken that we're going to make people suffer, and then we're going to make the people who are suffering suffer even more by citing them for some bullshit. Excuse my French. It's insanity. You know, and so I was going to say that I'm going to run out of time, so I'll bring this up later. But it's really insanity. There needs to be a check.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Gonzalo. Mr. Patterson, Mr. Brigo, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Let me just summarize quickly what the motion that I've brought, seconded by Commissioner Garcia, is. Some months ago, and by the way, I should note, you did attach the memorandum of agreement between the Los Angeles Police Department and Sanitation's Watershed Protection and Division Enforcement Unit regarding this work, and with a couple of executive actions from the mayor and a press conference that we had a few months ago that was very well attended. There's a lot of interest, obviously, in the communities on this, and a lot of interest with the press on this. We set forth the new, what you all are able to do, what LAPD is able to do, what the city attorney's office is able to do regarding the LA Municipal Code. And we made the commitment then that for the Board of Public Works, I should say I made the commitment then, for the Board of Public Works and for LA Sanitation and our Watershed Protection Division, that we would clearly delineate for the public and the businesses that we work with in this area too, that we've seen particularly in parts of downtown, which agencies are responsible for what I'll call the criminal misdemeanor felony citation process versus the administrative citation enforcement process, the ACE program. Your team, gentlemen, is on the criminal side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. For the administrative code enforcement side, let me find my list somewhere, which I can't find. So I'm not going to remember off the top of, there it is. We are dealing with recycler staff and our environmental compliance officers within sanitation, correct?
That is correct.
For ACE. Our industrial waste management division for ACE.
That's correct.
Our livability services division for ACE.
Yes.
And so those are divisions of the LA Sanitation and Environment that can work in this area through the ACE program. But infractions, citations, misdemeanor, felony prosecutions, you all team with the city attorney's office. That's in your division, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Either one of you, could you talk about what we have seen in the last, whether you decide, year or 6 months? I know that with the mayor's recent activity and the update on the LA Municipal Code, we've seen a significant uptick in illegal dumping enforcement. Could you give us a summary on that?
Good morning, Mr. President and Honorable Commissioners. Gonzalo Barriga, Assistant Chief with the LA Sanitation and the Environment. There was some material passed out, but just for a point of reference,
Fernando, you have
calls.
those. One moment. Let's get those around to folks. Go ahead, Gonzalo.
Okay. So for 2019, our hotline calls have increased significantly, especially in the month of June when the service request calls through My 311 were transferred over to sanitation to handle those calls. For the year to date, basically January 1st to November 30th, we've had 5,874 calls of items either dumped, spilled, accidentally spilled, etc. in the public right-of-way, of which year to date, again, January 1st to November 30th of this year, 685 citations have been issued. Of the 685 citations, it is good to point out between the months of January and May of this year, there was approximately 130 citations issued. At the direction of the mayor's office, our general manager, Enrique Zaldivar, we increased and deployed proactive enforcement teams in downtown LA. to speak specifically to cameras, surveillance cameras, and equipment-related equipment, and the second part, plainclothes teams to catch people in the act of dumping. Those two teams, at the direction of the mayor's office and our GM, we were going to issue or deploy 2 teams in the downtown LA area. Those teams consist of 4 officers, 2 in plainclothes and 2 in uniform. Those teams, you can notice if you look at the statistics for June, we wrote approximately 140 citations just for the month of June alone. That month alone exceeded the entire year prior to. So since the direction that was given, we have increased our enforcement and the numbers for citations and misdemeanor filings, et cetera, can speak to them for themselves as they've significantly increased. So between June and November of this year, we've written approximately about 500 citations just for that 4 or 5 month span.
And Mr. Borrego, let me just say to you and Mr. Pedersen and your entire team, and this comes not just from our Board of Public Works and me here, but the mayor's office as well. We know how hard you all have been working, especially in the last year. The entire team at LA Sanitation, with the increased responsibilities that have come your way because of the crisis that we're facing in our streets, is hard work. It's ugly work at times. It's dangerous work at times. Dangerous in many ways, health-wise and dealing with criminal activity too. And I want you to know that we appreciate the risk that your teams and your department put on the streets every day for our residents. And I also want you to know how much we appreciate the amount of work that's gone into increasing illegal dumping enforcement. We want to see more, obviously, but we know what our capabilities are with the resources that we have. And that's one of the reasons that I committed to the mayor's office that we would draw these lines as clearly as we can so everyone knows what they're responsible for, and that way we have accountability for everyone as well as when these metrics come in too. So thank you both. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, President James. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your work. Also, sanitation as a lead department for the city to pick up any illegal dumping, any illegal things we have out in the street. Unfortunately, our residents, our city in general has now taken a turn to just basically dumping everything on the street. I'm not saying everything, but most of it. And we have folks that also, we have that program, that moving in and moving out program that sanitation has put in place just a couple of years ago. That program is really important because we have a lot of streets, public right-of-way streets, that are illegally dumped by folks that move in and out. And that causes a lot of obstructions in our streets as well. And so that's part of this also. It's also part of just anybody that just kind of is dumping just trash out in the street. It's not folks that are living, obviously there's an element of folks that live in the street that causes some kind of illegal dumping as well. But we also have just, folks that somehow we are not catching or not educating enough that there's a 311 or that there is a resources for them to be able to not place things out in the street. So as a commissioner and as a city resident, I'm always very surprised when I see folks that just really just dump things out in the street. So I want to make sure that not only enforcement, and I'm fully supported by this and fully support your enforcement and anything that you will need to make sure that we can eliminate or at least decrease the amount of illegal dumping that happens out in our streets. But also I want to make sure that we focus on a lot of education, making sure that folks also understand that they have resources, that things do not have to go on the sidewalks, do not have to go in our public right-of-way alleys, that they don't, that there's also, I also want to say that sanitation also made the effort to once a month open their yards so that folks can go and dump any, bulky items that they have and not put it out in the street. And those yards are open once a month for free for anybody just to go dump those things. We also have the safe center zones that folks can come in and dump oil, hazardous material. And so those are things that we have put in place so that we eliminate any obstruction on our public right-of-way. And so I fully support this, and this is something I'm very much more passionate about, because throughout my life living in LA, it's just been like an 180, almost 360 since maybe 10, 15 years ago. So the more that we can do to enforce, the more that we can do to educate is important for us to do it. And I hope that we collectively will be able to do that to the residents of the city of LA. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Caloza.
Thank you, President James. Thank you our Vice President for bringing up the educational piece on this. I think that's really important to note, and maybe something you can also elaborate on more. But from what I've seen working with your team, you have gone out to the community and done additional outreach and education to really let them know about these additional resources. Actually, I shouldn't say additional resources, but current resources that the city has always had that we just need to continue to share with our residents, whether it's the calling into 311, where you can get assistance in various languages over the phone, to downloading MyLA 311, so you can actually submit the request on the phone and track your requests, and also hold us accountable if we're not doing what we're supposed to do. And also calling the LA Sanitation Hotline, which is 24 hours, and I know you guys also have some bilingual speakers that work for your team that I know will be helpful for residents as they continue to remember that illegal dumping is something that we can prevent for the most common things that we see in our medians and in our sidewalks, like the furniture that Commissioner Garcia mentioned. So I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about that and really share some of the more robust outreach that you guys have done. But I know that every time I've reached out to your team to do some specific outreach for the Asian American community, you guys have gone above and beyond to really go out there and educate the community. So I appreciate your work.
That is correct, Commissioner. We have a public educational
It's
section.
Mr. Pedersen for the record. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
We have a public educational section of WPD which goes out and meets with community groups and goes to schools and passes out educational information about protecting the environment and not illegal dumping. And essentially they're out there to change ideas and promote protecting the environment and not to illegally dump. So we have had that group working for years. They do an excellent, outstanding job and have been meeting with tens of thousands of people a year.
Awesome. And I will just share your hotline number for the record, because you can call any day, anytime, which I think is a great resource for members, and it's 1-800-773-2489, and that's the LA Sanitation Hotline. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Caloza. I don't see any other lights, so I'll thank you, gentlemen. Thank you to your team, sanitation, to our leadership. A nice mention to Mr. Saldivar at sanitation, and I'll make a motion that I've made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Garcia, along with Commissioner Davis. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 14. Thank you both. Any issue sending 14 forthwith? Happy holidays, guys. And, there's something I want to add to the record, just because I need to put it there, and I realized I forgot in the last motion. There was someone else that was instrumental a year ago in the expedited process that we passed under agenda item number 13, who I forgot to mention because he wasn't here today. We didn't ask him to be here today. But that's Mr. Hodge Khalil over at Streets LA, worked with our team at the other three bureaus regarding the expedited process for contractor payments. And I want to thank him for that. Let's go to agenda item number 2, which is a Council District 3, Task for Solicitation number 55, Pre-Qualified On-Call Architectural and Related Services Consultants List, M. Arthur Gensler, Jr. and Associates, that's Gensler, Mr. Drucker can confirm that, recommending that the board first authorize the city engineer to issue the task to M. Arthur Gensler Jr. and Associates Incorporated from the pre-qualified on-call architectural and related services consultants list to provide design services for the Madrid Theater renovations replacement project as stated in the task order solicitation with a budget authority of $800,000, which includes contingency, and secondly, authorize, subject to the below noted requirements, the controller to expend up to $875,852 plus earn interest from the EBP Fund number 57D Reseda Canoga Park Appropriation Unit 22L9PN Tax Exempt Series 2010-E upon presentation of proper documentation from engineering and satisfactory review by the Economic and Workforce Development Department in accordance with the terms and conditions of the bond expenditure agreement. Mr. Herman, you have a card in on number 2. Mr. Herman, Mr. Herman, Mr. Herman. On number 2, he's left the room. Mr. Spindler on number 2. Mr. Sachs, would you like to speak on number 2? Oh, I thought you did. All right. Mr. Spindler, are you going to speak on number 2? Mr. Drucker, go ahead while Mr. Spindler is working on his decision-making process today on speaking on these items. So we'll go with you first while he decides. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners, again. I think it's still morning, actually early afternoon now. Good afternoon. Neil Drucker, Bureau of Engineering, and as President James indicated, the Bureau of Engineering is recommending awarding a task order to Gensler, Arthur M. Gensler and Associates, also known as Gensler, in the amount of $800,000, including contingency for the design and construction administration for the Madrid Theater improvement, as well as to authorize the controller to expend up to $875,000 plus earned interest from EB Fund 57D, which is the Reseda Canoga Park Appropriation Unit. The additional $75,000, just to let the board know, includes geotechnical and survey costs, as well as some additional engineering costs to get us going on the project. Just to let the Commission know, a couple months ago, Commissioner Cloza gave us permission to authorize Gensler to begin the project, and we entered into an agreement for approximately $145,000 to allow them to begin pre-design studies and other work necessary to get the project moving. So that's already been done. That amount of $145,000 is included within the $800,000 that we're asking for full authority today for. In addition, just to let the Commission know, Gensler has done a really good job on this project, I believe, in meeting our BIP Business Inclusion Program requirements. They've actually committed more than 65% of the total funds to sub-consultants, and they've made a really yeoman's effort, I believe, in meeting our MBE, WBE, EBE, and other requirements. I do note that our intended SBE participation was 25%, and Gensler achieved a 15% participation, which is actually less than the 25%. However, a number of the MBE, SBE, and EBE firms that they selected are also SBEs, and they only get credit for one or the other. So you can't be an MBE and an SBE, a WBE and an SBE, but if you add up the SBEs without double count and double count them, there's almost 45% SBE. So they've really done a yeoman's job in outreaching to the sub-consulting community. We've been working with them on this project already for a couple months, and they've really done a great job. Just to let the commission know, there's actually two parts to the project. One funded by the CRA excess bond funds, and a second funded by MIGLA funds. And the overall project will renovate and improve the 1997 building, the Madrid Theater, which is part of the Canoga Park Stage Arts Lab Hub. And it's really part of the whole Canoga Park improvement that has been ongoing for a number of years in Council District 3, and we're very proud to work on this project. We recently completed the Canoga Park Youth Arts Center, which is located literally a block away, and in a couple months I'm going to be coming back to this board with a request to issue another contract to Gensler for the related Canoga Park Stage Arts Lab, which is the former community theater that is located also about a block away.
that will ultimately form really the Canoga Park Youth Hub, and we're really looking forward to moving forward with this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the summary, Mr. Drucker, as always. We'll start with Commissioner Garcia.
I just have a quick question. Is this going to be close to the L.A. Kings ice rink that we approved a couple of weeks ago?
Sure. That's a little further down. This is in Canoga Park. I would say that's about 4 miles away. Also on Sherman Way,
Okay,
about
that's
4
right.
miles east of where we are here.
Okay, good. I was just trying to see if it was going to be like this nice kind of art theater sport type of
Actually,
street.
it's close enough that you can make that argument, but there's a Canoga Park hub and then there's a Reseda hub. They are separate, but hopefully over the long term they will work together for sure.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful theater. If you haven't visited the Madrid Theater, especially after this project's done, we had our citywide film task force meeting there a couple of months ago, and it is just a spectacular old jewel in the city of LA. It's going to be great for that area with.
Yeah, it really is. To be honest, I live about 10 minutes from here, and both of my children have actually presented over the years at the Madrid Theater, and it really is a nice local theater. It holds about 400 people, and we really like it. It works well for our community.
Be a great project, good for the region and the area. Mr. Spender, would you like to speak on the item?
So this goes to the dilapidated, useless piece of shit known as the Madrid Theater. Now, nobody's going to use it for a theater. It should just be bulldozed. It's useless. It's like the Reseda Theater on Sherman Way and Reseda Boulevard. How many decades has the CRA had that property and just let it go into disrepute? But what you want to do is take away parking and close the parking lots for all the small businesses in the whole area, from all the way from Sherman Way and Reseda all the way to Canoga and Sherman Way and Canoga and all of the other streets, and close the parking lots that the city has available for the businesses and turn them into bridge shelters for these homeless criminal assholes. So, you guys fucking don't get it. You guys fuck everything up you touch. You touch something and it turns to dust. You could take a piece of gold. I could bring a gold bar in here now. I would try this. If you actually touched a bar of gold, it would turn to fucking rubber, okay? That's what you do. You kill the golden goose that lays the egg. You murder small businesses because they can't park. You put a subway called a bus lane in the middle of the entire valley. And all of these lights going north and south block all the fucking north-southbound traffic and cause all of this congestion. So nobody wants to go to the fucking shithole at Canoga Park. Nobody wants to go there. So what's left is that you guys, you keep fucking dumping money into this piece of shit with faulty plumbing and faulty, not to mention the asbestos. So, Mr. President, tear down that theater and bulldoze it.
Thank you, Mr. Spender. I don't see any lights on number 3, so I'm sorry, number 2. Thank you, Mr. Drucker. I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 2. Mr. Herman, do you have a card on number 2? I don't see one. Would you like to speak on number 2? Go right ahead.
So you see, I'm just a head. And the head's telling you people it's a gingerbread head. A brown nigger like me want you to understand the Jews keep fucking up our neighborhoods. But again, you need to improve our fucking neighborhoods like the gentleman before me spoke. I won't mention his name, but I will say FBI. See, as long as you stupid assholes, pencil neck, corrupted politicians, along with your cronyism of friends and your commissions, continue to fuck our neighborhoods up, we will always pay taxes for shit we don't get, broken record, broken promises. All my life I grew up in Boyle Heights, never believing a brown nigger like me could survive. But you're wrong. You see, your fucking anti-slap TMU and the TROs to keep niggers like me from crossing one street to the other because you put that fucking orange line near the property that you're trying to reclaim for those homeless fucking niggers. That's right. Homeless fucking niggers that don't want to work and want to bum money from me when I catch the bus. So, isn't that funny, ladies and gentlemen? A little head like me called the gingerbread man talking to the most crude white politician motherfuckers from LA. Like you, James. I thought you were on my side. I thought you were the white stallion horseman coming to save the niggers in our community. Instead, you brought enforcement, terrorism, and those fucking stupid firemen and police to endanger them when they clean the shit and trash left by those fucking homeless encampments. Thank you.
Mr. Herman, for the record, did have a card in on number 2. Agenda item number 3, but let's take a vote on number 2. I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 2, seconded by Commissioners Garcia and Villegas. Thank you, Mr. Drucker, on number 2. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 2. Any issue sending 2 forthwith? We'll send number 2 forthwith. Agenda item number 3, Council Districts 2, 6, and 7. Task for solicitation number 25.1, 25.2, 25.3, pre-qualified on-call wastewater and environmental engineering services consultants list, stormwater capture parks program, recommending that the board first, there are 3 of these, authorize the city engineer to issue task number 25.1 to Tetra Tech Incorporated from the pre-qualified on-call wastewater and environmental engineering services consultants list to provide pre-design and design services for the Alexandria Park, North Hollywood Park, Valley Plaza Park North, and Valley Plaza Park South projects, as stated in TOS number 25, with a budget authority of $5,602,251, which include contingency. Secondly, authorize the city engineer to issue task number 25.2 to CDM Smith Incorporated from the pre-qualified on-call wastewater and environmental engineering services consultants list to provide pre-design and design services for the David M. Gonzalez Recreation Center, Fernangeles Park, and Strathern Park North projects, as stated in TOS number 25, with a budget authority of $3,989,075, which includes contingency. And number 3, authorize the city engineer to issue task number 25.3 to Corello Engineers Incorporated from the pre-qualified on-call wastewater environmental engineering services consultants list to provide pre-design and design services for the Valley Village Park and Whitsett Fields Park North projects, as stated in TOS number 25, with a budget authority of $2,329,526, which includes contingency. On number 3, Mr. Sachs, did you put in a card on 3? No. Mr. Herman, would you like to speak on number 3? Mr. Herman passes number 3. Mr. Spindler, would you like to speak on number 3? Mr. Spindler passes on number 3 with Wayne from Encino. Mr. Johnson on number 3. Looks like you got work going out to a few different contractors, and I think you had a decent response in the solicitation. So go ahead, sir.
Yes, indeed. Chris Johnson, Bureau of Engineering, Proposition O Clean Water Division. The DWP Stormwater Capture Park Program captures stormwater for groundwater recharge. DWP, working with LA Sanitation, identified and developed concept reports for 9 locations in the northeast San Fernando Valley that are favorable for groundwater recharge based on the type of ground and their proximity to flood control infrastructure. Each location is a park site under jurisdiction of the City Department of Recreation and Parks, and they're located in Council Districts 2, 6, and 7. DWP proposes park improvements at each of the sites, and the projects will be similar to the recently completed Albion Riverside Park in CD1, adjacent to the LA River, where many of the park improvements have been constructed on top of new stormwater infiltration basins. These 9 projects have an estimated combined construction cost of approximately $180 million. DWP has entered into a memorandum of agreement with Bureau of Engineering to perform project management, planning, and design functions for the program. This agreement was authorized by the mayor in April. The agreement provides funding for consultant services and BOE staff through pre-design and design. Further agreements for the land use and operation maintenance are being developed by DWP with Recreation and Park and Bureau of Sanitation. The TOS to support the projects was sent to all consultants on the pre-qualified on-call environmental engineering services consultant list. The TOS indicated that the 9 projects may be awarded to a single or to multiple consultants at the discretion of the city. 8 consultants from the list submitted proposals, which were reviewed by a panel representing both Bureau of Engineering and the DWP. We recommend award of 4 projects to Tetra Tech, 3 to CDM Smith, and 2 to Carollo Engineers, as President James stated. As far as the business inclusion program, all consultants with their participation pledges met the city goals for minority business, women business, small business, emerging business, and disabled veteran business enterprise, with the one exception of CDM Smith in the area of disabled veteran business enterprise, where they achieved 1.66%, where the goal is 3. In response to our inquiry with them, they stated that their disabled veteran business did not have the capacity to do all the work they wanted them to do, but they'll continue to see if there's opportunity over the next 2 years, the task order, to increase their participation. With that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions? Thank you for the briefing as well. We'll start with Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you for these projects. I love seeing stormwater projects come before our board. So these are all obviously going to do a lot of good work in the San Fernando Valley. They need a lot of infrastructure. Glad we're not using any land acquisition dollars and just using our parkland to be able to do these types of projects. If you could just elaborate a little bit on the operations and maintenance of these projects.
Mr. Red.
To speak? Let me jump in. Ken Red.
Mr. Johnson has called on Mr. Red.
He has. These are just to do the design and pre-design design at this point, and Water and Power is working, I believe, through Measure W on a couple of them, trying to get construction money. And as Chris said, they are working with Rec and Parks and LA Sanitation to work out memorandums of understanding to operate and maintain the facilities after they're built. But this, all we're doing now is the pre-design and design.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Is that a motion, Commissioner Villegas? I'll second it, along with Commissioner Caloza. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 3. Any issue sending number 3 forthwith? We'll send number 3 forthwith. Thank you both. Thank you, sir. Happy holidays. Agenda item number 4, Council District 15, Sole Source Task Order Solicitation number 62, Pre-Qualified On-Call Architectural Consultants List, Gensler Jr. and Associates Incorporated, recommending that the board first concur with the City Council action to authorize the city engineer to issue the Sole Source Task Order to Arthur Gensler Jr. and Associates Incorporated from the Pre-Qualified On-Call Architectural Consultants List to provide design services for the San Pedro Little Italy, for the San Pedro Little Italy Plaza project with a budget authority not to exceed $166,100 on agenda item number 4. Mr. Herman, you have a card in on number 4. Mr. Herman passes number 4. Mr. Spindler on number 4. Number 4. Mr. Drucker on number 4 while Mr. Spindler decides what he will do. Welcome back, sir.
Good afternoon once again. Neil Drucker, Bureau of Engineering. As President James said, the Bureau of Engineering is recommending that the board authorize the city engineer to issue a sole source task order to Arthur Gensler and Associates, known as Gensler, from the pre-qualified on-call consultant list, and allow Gensler and Associates to prepare certain portions of the design for the proposed Little Italy Plaza project. Just to let the board know, the City Council approved a motion directing the Bureau of Engineering to issue this task order. After consultation with the city attorney, it was determined that we should come before this board to get the board's concurrence rather than directly issuing the task order. So to date, we have not actually issued the task order. The task order will allow Gensler to, just to let the board know, they've already completed on a pro bono basis a conceptual design for the project. The council office liked the conceptual design and wanted Gensler to continue on the project. The additional funds, the $166,000, which you would authorize today, would be used to complete schematic design, design development, community outreach. We would go out with the Gensler and the council office to meet with the community and have a series of community meetings to show them the probable or potential design, and then finally to create a donor package. At this time, there's no funds for actual construction of the project. It's the intention of the city and the council office to try and work with the local community to fundraise for the actual construction of the project and not just ask for city funds. Just let the board know, interesting enough, because this is certainly news to me, San Pedro is actually the highest concentration of Italians throughout the city of Los Angeles, and there's a very vibrant cultural Italian community literally located right next to this site, which is located on 6th Street, right next to the San Pedro City Hall building.
Well, and I believe that Councilman Buscaino would fit right into that category. Yes. According to him. So one thing I'm going to read from the board report, and then ask our city attorney about. Under sole source justification, there are a number of reasons there. But at the end it says, a motion was introduced by Councilmember Joe Buscaino, Council District 15, on September 11th, 2019, that was subsequently adopted by the City Council on September 17th, 2019, to instruct engineering to manage and administer Gensler's design services under contract number C124805 to start the project design process. That's transmittal number 2 in our documents. Mr. Jordan, given that reference, but everything else regarding the sole source justification, as you know, we don't pass one of those here at this board without a verbal from the city attorney's office.
Yes, I concur in the recommendation of the Bureau in this regard. I did speak with them and the council office prior to that and during this time.
Okay.
Concur in the recommendation.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Mr. Spindler, you've had a few minutes to decide if you want to participate in number 4 from the seat closest to the podium.
Yes, sir. This is for Joe Buscaino, the filthy, greasy-haired Italian wop scumbag, for the Little Italy Plaza. Well, of course, after they got rid of Columbus Day and they put Indigenous Peoples Day, Mr. Buscaino had a little bit of a deal that was made outside the council chambers with the people from San Pedro. He promised that if they would withdraw their opposition, publicly not giving comment on the Indigenous Peoples Day motion, that they would get money next year, he said last year, that this money would go to the Little Plaza project, and look what happened today. Mr. Buscaino's bribe went through on number 4. Yes, you've been caught again. That's what happened. Go back and look at the tape on the Indigenous Peoples vote and motion on the council floor when there were 45 people to speak against ending Columbus Day, all from the 15th district, all from Italian American associations.
and chambers of commerce and other Italian American groups. They didn't speak. They had speaker cards and would not speak because they left early after Joe Buscaino's people went in the hallway and said, I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal. If you don't speak against turning Columbus Day into Indigenous Peoples Day, I'll funnel you this money to get your little Italian plaza project. It's a quid pro quo. And the city attorney knows it, and he just approved it under color of authority. You criminal.
No other speakers on agenda item number 4. Any other questions? I don't have any. I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 4, seconded by Commissioners Caloza and Davis. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 4. Any issue sending number 4 forthwith? We'll send number 4 forthwith, which takes us to number 5. Construction order, Council Districts 4 and 10. Construction order, emergency pre-qualified on-call geotechnical structural construction services contract list. Mike Perlich and Sons Incorporated Sidewalk Repair Program Package Number 51 project. Recommending that the board authorize the city engineer to issue a construction order and a notice to proceed for the project to Mike Perlich and Sons Incorporated in the amount of $1,811,661.50 with a not to exceed amount of $2,173,994, including contingency. Mr. Herman on number 5. Mr. Drucker, happy holidays, sir.
So the stealing never stops. Yes, Mike Parlinch and Sons Incorporation, have they met the 2010 standard on the American Disability Act to follow the sidewalk repair program? Because my understanding when I filed my complaint with the mayor's office against Jose Huiza's tyrant FBI investigation to probe into my matter of sidewalk repairs for the $30 million a year contract versus Willits and Los Angeles, in which the pro se attorney there rudely said, fuck your sidewalk repair. We're stealing money and no one fucking cares about the handicapped people. Well, the Department of Justice and the ADA.gov people do care. Because, again, Armando Herman brought the Federal Highway Administration against you dumb dicks, and you had to build a wall off of Marengo and Soto corridor. Now I'm bringing my allegations back to the sidewalk repair, nigga, Herb. The BOS wants to be a board of supervisor, but the nigga don't know how to work in the interest of public interest. Also, we got a dog eater, Rue, in CD4, and that fucking Korean better step back, because when Donald Trump comes back with the American dream to save America, I will be a part of that dream. The NRA is issuing me the right to serve and protect under the Second Amendment and bury you assholes, every fucking nigger, every fucking nig. I will have the right to shoot the nig, Bagdasarian versus United States. Fuck you.
On agenda item number 5, Mr. Spindler. Mr. Sachs, we'll give Mr. Spindler your time to think about it. Go ahead, Mr. Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Again, Arnold Sachs. What really caught my attention here was the fact that it needs to be a geotechnical structural construction services contract. It's a sidewalk. How many of the items on your agenda have the need for geotechnical structural construction services? Probably a lot, but they're not sidewalks. You need to require some laser-like focus here. And I think some of these items, like these sidewalks and tree removal and other things like that, would be better served if they were put before the neighborhood councils, because the neighborhood councils have direct oversight over those projects. And it might help in the billing process if the neighborhood councils took on the work because they could hire the contractors locally, maybe, or because you have the Orange County Contractors Association and you have the Southern California Contractors Association and you have the LA County Builders and Trite Association. And so you have all these different associations, but the work is done locally. Might be better served to have the neighborhood councils. They do work, I think. I know they're volunteers, but they're supposed to have the heartbeat of the neighborhood on their agenda. Not like the council, the sitting council members who only have the council ability to make money in the council for themselves on their agenda. There's a big difference between the two. I'm really caught on this geothermal crap. Oh, by the way, would that be under the ordinance for the Watershed Protection Police? Do they pick up crap from the city council? Do they cite city council members for their gas? I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Mr. Spindler from the seat closest to the podium, sir. Mr. Spindler passes. Mr. Vega.
Good afternoon. Robert Vega, Program Manager for the Bureau of Engineering Sidewalk Repair Program. Engineering was requesting authority to award Sidewalk Repair Program Package number 51 to Michael Perlich and Sons, the lowest responsible bidder. The scope of work for Package 51 includes repairing sidewalk, constructing curb ramps, and ancillary work associated with 3 city facilities. The repairs constitute 39,000 square feet of sidewalk and installation of 25 curb ramps. The sites that will be repaired are the Lafayette Multipurpose Community Center in Council District 10, Pan Pacific Park in Council District 4, and the Felipe de Nieve Branch Library in Council District 10. The 3 sites were selected utilizing the Sidewalk Repair Program prioritization and scoring system approved by City Council in January 2018 based on criteria set forth by the settlement agreement and council direction. The prioritization and scoring system assigns a score based on a site's proximity to transportation corridors, type of use, such as hospitals and other similar facilities, and other criteria such as damage severity. This project, the delivery method will be a design build. So in addition to the construction that will be performed by the contractor's scope of work will also include the engineering design of the sites and elements described above. On October 29th, 2019, the Sidewalk Repair Program solicited bids from all 9 contractors on the emergency pre-qualified on-call geotechnical structural list. And on November 19th, 2019, the Sidewalk Repair Program received 3 bids. Mike Perlich Incorporated was deemed to be the lowest, most responsible bidder. Funding for this project is available from both the Sidewalk Repair Fund and the SB1 Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program Special Fund for Sidewalk Repair Contractual Services. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Let me try that again. Thank you, Mr. Vega. Any questions regarding agenda item number 5? I don't have any questions. I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 5, seconded by Commissioners Caloza and Garcia. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 5 regarding the Sidewalk Repair Program. Any issue sending it forthwith? We'll send it forthwith. Happy holidays, sir. Thank you. Agenda item number 6, construction order, emergency, pre-qualified, on-call, geotechnical, structural, construction services list. Also, Mike Perlich and Sons, Sidewalk Repair Program Package number 46 project, Council Districts 1, 4, 8, 13, 14, and 15. Mr. Sachs passes numbers. Mr. Sachs passes number 6. Mr. Herman on number 6. Mr. Herman passes number 6. Mr. Spindler, Wayne from Encino, number 6. Mr. Spindler passes number 6. Mr. Vega, number 6.
Thank you. Robert Vega, Bureau of Engineering Sidewalk Repair Program. For this one, the Bureau is requesting authority to award sidewalk repair program package number 46 to Mike Perlich and Sons Incorporated. In a way background, in addition to the $31 million that is appropriated annually per the Willits Settlement Agreement, the sidewalk repair program was also appropriated $10 million for sidewalk repair access request acceleration from the Roadside Maintenance and Rehabilitation Fund, SB1 fund, in fiscal year 2018-19. The scope of work includes repairing sidewalk, constructing curb ramps, and ancillary work from corner to corner at 17 access request sites in residential neighborhoods in Council Districts 1, 4, 8, 13, 14, and 15. Repairs for all of this work constitutes 72,000 square feet of sidewalk and installation of 13 curb ramps. On October 29th, 2019, the sidewalk repair program solicited bids from all 9 contractors on the emergency pre-qualified on-call geotechnical structural list. And on November 21st, 2019, the sidewalk repair program received 3 bids. Mike Perlich and Sons was deemed to be the lowest responsible bidder. Funding for this program is available in the SB1 Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program Special Fund for Sidewalk Repair Contractual Services. That concludes my report and available for any additional questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Vega on agenda item number 6 on our sidewalk repair program? I don't either. I'll make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Villegas does.
I have a question, and probably should have just asked it prior to this coming here. Is there any way that we can just quantify the expenses for like tree wells that we will be making on our sidewalks?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I can do that in
just want
future
to,
reports.
be able to get an average of like how many we're fixing, cost for those, for like future either improvements or activation possibly of other funds.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vega, for being so helpful there. Anything further? I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 6, seconded by Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Villegas. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt number 6. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any issue sending number 6 forthwith? We'll send number 6 forthwith. Number 7, Council District 4, construction order, emergency pre-qualified on-call geotechnical structural construction services contractor list for Jilk Heavy Construction Incorporated, recommending that the board approve a construction order for the Bushnell Way and Wheeling Way bulkhead project with Jilk Heavy Construction Incorporated, formerly known as John S. Meek, in the amount of $1,373,747.50, with a not to exceed limit of $1,601,802. $1,601,820, including contingency, and secondly, authorize myself or 2 members of the board to execute the construction order after approval as to form has been obtained from the city attorney. Mr. Herman on number 7. Mr. Herman passes number 7. Wayne from Encino on number 7. Wayne from Encino passes number 7. Mr. Schmidt on number 7.
Good afternoon, President James, Commissioners, Bureau Representatives, Dr. Campos, Mr. Jordan. Patrick Schmidt, Bureau of Engineering, Geotechnical Engineering Division. As President James mentioned, we're here to seek the award of the Bushnell Way and Wheeling Way bulkhead project. Award this to Jilk Heavy Construction Incorporated, formerly John S. Meek. Work order number E190-8468, contract number C133006, in the amount of $1,373,747.50, with a not to exceed limit of $1,601,820, including the contingency. As you know, the Bureau of Engineering administers the emergency pre-qualified on-call geotechnical structural contractors list in order to provide emergency services and urgent necessity work for the city of Los Angeles. On February 25th, 2019, the board approved a list of 9 qualified contractors based on evaluation criteria that was set forth in the request for qualifications. The contracts were executed on March 29, 2019, and have a term of 5 years and will expire on March 28, 2024. This Bushnell Wheeling Way bulkhead project includes the construction of a bulkhead a new street pavement, sidewalk, stairs, retaining wall, and storm drain infrastructure to repair the intersection of Bushnell Way and Wheeling Way that has been damaged due to settlement and slope movement. I should mention that this intersection is near an elementary school, and the BOE has the go to complete this project before the start of school in the fall of 2020. When we advertised this project, we sent it out, we broke down the bids as a base bid and had two bid alternatives with the concern that maybe we didn't have enough funding to complete the project. The base bid included the removal and disposal of vegetation, guardrail rubble, and anything that would impact the alignment of the bulkhead. And there's adjacent stairway that goes down the slope. The upper portion of that stairway needed to be replaced. And it also includes, the base bid also include removal of some concrete sidewalks. And then the construction of the bulkhead, which was 102 linear feet, would be cast drilled in hole piles with concrete lagging, backfill behind the bulkhead, and then reconstruction of the concrete stairway and sidewalk and hydroseeding the slope. Alternate number one was essentially a removal of the existing pavement and reconstruction of the street, and then it also includes the construction of two catch basins and a connecting 18-inch diameter storm drain pipe. And alternate number two was the installation of 200 linear feet of storm drain, 18-inch diameter storm drain down the slope to connect to a storm drain that's in the street down below. On October 30th, 2019, bids for the project were solicited from the 9 contractors on the list in accordance with the executed contracts. We did note in the bid documents that award of the project was going to be based on the lowest responsive and responsible bidder having the lowest total bid amount, who would be the sum of the base bid at alternate number one and at alternate number two. On November 21st, 2019, 3 bids were received at the board, of which with Jilk Heavy Construction, formerly John S. Meek, was the lowest bidder. Jilk's bid amount was $1,373,747.50, or 18.38% below the civil engineer's estimate of $1,683,085. BOE staff recommends that the board execute a construction order for the project with Jilk Heavy Construction in the amount of $1,373,747.50, with a not-to-exceed limit of $1,601,820, including contingency. Funding for the project in the amount of $1,601,820 is available in the Street Damage Restoration Fund, Fund number 41A, Department 50, Appropriation Unit number 50, SBWW. And that concludes this report. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Any questions on agenda item number 7?
I have one other comment. I need to make an amendment. It's actually Council District 14, not 4.
It's Council District number 14?
Correct.
Okay, because it says number 4 at the top. Yeah. I actually was looking at it when I was looking at number 6, where we had like 4 council districts listed. I had the wrong one, so it's number 14. Dr. Campos, do we need to do anything regarding an amendment on that?
I'm just going through the original records. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I know.
No, I don't believe you need to adopt it as amended. I can make the corrections on the journal and also on the actual report itself, just administratively.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt, for that. Any other points or comments? I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 7, seconded by Commissioner Villegas. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 7. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I know that you're here for number 8 as well.
Yes.
8 is Council District 7, at least so far it is. Budget increase and supplemental agreement change order number 6. Also, Jilk Heavy Construction Incorporated, La Tuna Canyon Road Emergency Storm Drain and Embankment Repair Project. Recommending that the board authorize and approve $250,000 in additional contingency and a revised construction budget of $4,163,362.73 for the La Tuna Canyon Road Emergency Storm Drain and Embankment Repair Project. And secondly, authorize the city engineer to issue supplemental agreement change order number 6 to Jilk Heavy Construction, formerly John S. Meek Company, for not to exceed amount of $732,616.03 for the project to cover the remainder of the costs associated with controlling stormwater runoff, repairing erosion damage, and removing debris from the construction site due to this year's winter storms. On number 8, Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman on number 8. Mr. Herman passes number 8. Wayne from Encino on number 8. Pass on number 8. Mr. Sachs, do you have a card in on number 8? All right. Mr. Schmidt on number 8.
Thank you, President James. As President James mentioned, this is a request to revise the budget and issue a supplemental agreement change order number 6 to Joke Heavy Construction for the Latuna Emergency Storm Drain and Embankment Repair Project. I've been to the board several times on this item, and just to refresh everybody's memory, the Latuna Canyon area, including the project site, was adversely affected by the 2017 Latuna fire. Then subsequent rainstorms in early 2018 damaged beyond repair an existing 7-foot diameter corrugated metal storm drain pipe that extended underneath the road and caused a portion of the road embankment to collapse, removing lateral support from the southern portion of the road. In response to this damage, and with consideration to some funding constraints, the BOE designed a repair of the site consisting of 2 separate individual phases. Phase 1 of the project consisted primarily of tunneling and installing a new 332-foot long, 8-foot diameter reinforced concrete pipe and constructing inlet and outlet structures associated with the installation of that pipe, and Phase 1 has been completed. Phase 2, funded in the current fiscal year, consists of reconstructing the embankment slope and installing some secondary infrastructure and other related improvements at the site. On August 1st, 2018, the bids for the project were solicited from the 7 pre-qualified on-call contractors from the 2014 through 2019 pre-qualified on-call geotechnical structural contract list. The bids included separate bid items for phases 1 and phase 2. On August 23, 2018, 4 bids were received by the board, of which Joke was the lowest bidder. October 24, 2018, the board awarded contracted Joke the amount of $2,077,923 with a contingency of $235,439.73 for a total improved construction budget of $2,313,362.73 to construct phase 1 of the project. Shortly after we got the contractor started and extending to June of 2019, the construction site, which is located at the bottom of a large drainage course, became adversely impacted and inundated with up to 45 feet of standing water, and thousands of yards of material and debris were washed into the construction site from numerous storm events during the past rainy season. During and after each storm event, we asked the contractor to pump water to prevent the road from being washed out and the embankment further damaged. In addition, between rainstorms, we had the contractor try to clean up the site to the extent possible and remove some of the accumulated material and prepare for the next rains. The BOE issued a change order number 1 on March 11, 2019 for the storm-related expenses between November 29, 2018 and January 15, 2019. And we broke this up into segments to be able to pay the contractor some amount of the damage as we were working through the winter season. In May 8, 2019, the board authorized change order number 2 to cover storm-related expenses between January 16, 2019 and February 21, 2019. As part of that board report on March 8, 2019, we did have to delete some of the bid items. Bid items 9 through 11 were deleted in order to free up some contingency to pay for change order number 2. On September 13, 2019, the board authorized the BOE to increase the construction budget by $1,600,000 for a revised construction budget of $3,913,362.73 and issue supplementary agreement change order number 3 in the amount of $1,016,388 for phase 2 of the project, which is essentially the embankment reconstruction. Then we did issue a change order number 4 on September 26, 2019 to restore bid items 9 through 11. Supplemental agreement change number 6, which is the subject of this board report, is to cover storm-related costs and the cleanup of the site and pumping, debris removal, everything, and change orders number 1 and 2 were done. In addition to that, we had some erosion repair we had to do to prepare the site for to continue with the construction. And this was related to damage to the site between February 25th, or this work took place between February 25th and August 20th, 2019. In accordance with our policy, we did get the our BOA liaison commissioner's approval to go ahead with this change order work and ahead of the formal board authority, and thus I'm here today to request formalization of the approval. The original contract amount of $2,077,923 plus the fully executed change orders to date in the amount of $1,369,602.04, plus supplemental agreement change order number 6 of this board report in the amount of $732,616.03 exceeds the currently authorized budget by an amount of $149,978.34. In addition, we're requesting additional contingency in the amount of $100,021.66 is being requested as part of this board report to cover future change orders associated with the project. Therefore, requested a total additional contingency of $250,000. Supplemental funding in the amount of $250,000 was requested in the Office of the City Administrator Officer's 219-222nd Construction Projects Report, second CPR dated October 18, 2019. The CO report recommended an appropriation of $250,000 within the SB1 Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Fund to the project's current appropriation unit 50 SKHE. The second construction progress report has been approved, and the funds are now available for the project. That's the conclusion of this report.
Thank you, sir. Any questions regarding agenda item number 8? Commissioner Garcia.
I do. Thank you. Thank you for your report. It was very detailed on this. My question is, when do we expect to be finished with this project?
In January 2020, about 4 to 6 weeks.
Oh, in about a couple weeks?
Yes.
Right before the rain starts again?
Hopefully before we get a lot of heavy rains. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you
We
very
have
much.
construct far enough up the slope with the reconstruction of the embankment that if we do get rains, it doesn't really impact the construction other than get everything wet, so we have to wait for it to dry out, but we're not going to have the problems we had last winter.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad to hear that. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Is that a motion, Commissioner Garcia? I'll second it, along with Commissioner Davis, on number 8. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt number 8. Any issue saying number 8 forthwith? We'll send number 8 forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Happy holidays.
Thank you, sir. Happy holidays all.
Agenda item number 9, Blue Bin Materials Pilot Program, Industrious Zahori from Sanitation, recommending that the board authorize the Director and General Manager of Sanitation to conduct a pilot program for the residential blue bin materials in collaboration with the City of Los Angeles Sanitation and Industrious Zahori. Secondly, authorize the transportation of one shipment of up to 15 tons of residential blue bin materials from Central Los Angeles Recycling and Transfer Station, that's CLARTS, to Mexicali, Baja California, Mexico. Third, authorize the Director and General Manager of the Sanitation to expand the pilot for up to 4 shipments of 15 tons each. And fourth, return to the Board of Public Works to present the results of the pilot program. Mr. Spindler, you have a card in on number 9. Are you going to speak on number 9 or not? Mr. Herman, do you want to speak on number 9? Yes. No. Mr. Herman passes number 9. Mr. Sachs, you have a card in on number 9? Yes. Go ahead, sir. And that'll give Mr. Spindler time to figure out if he wants to speak about it or not. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, President James, Commissioners, Executive Officer, City Attorney, and Bureau Representative. My name is Ron Milo from LA Sanitation and Environment. LASAN is requesting authority to execute a pilot program between the City of Los Angeles with Zahori Industries for the transportation segregation, and marketing of one shipment of up to 15 tons of residential blue bin materials from Clarks to Mexicali, Mexico. The residential curbside recycling program is a major contributor to the city's landfill diversion and collects about 200 tons per year of blue bin materials from about 750 households. In recent years, China's import policies have disrupted the marketability of recyclables. The paradigm shift in international economic and environmental concerns have put in place policies that ban imports of post-consumer mixed scrap materials and impose strict and low contamination levels. Due to these policy changes over the past several years, the revenue that once covered license costs has diminished as sales revenue declines. Now the city is at crossroads, and Laysan can no longer rely on China to accept recyclable materials from residential curbside programs, and it's extremely crucial that the city reduce dependency on foreign markets, especially those that are distant or unpredictable, and develop local and North American recycling markets to include the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Sahori Industries is a company located in Mexicali, Baja California, Mexico, that is capable of recycling cardboard paper products and will partner with LA Sanitation Environment to conduct a pilot program to determine the feasibility to recover, recycle, market commingled recyclable materials from the city's Blue Bin program in Mexico. Sahori Industries visited the Clarks last September and saw our commingled materials that have the recycling and marketing potentials. Sahori Industries agrees to accept, collect, and transport blue bin materials within 1.5 months from the date of execution of the letter of agreement. Sahori Industries also agrees to submit a comprehensive report to LA Sanitation within 6 months from the execution of the agreement. The report will include the logistics necessary for the transportations and customs crossing into Mexico from the US, the recovery of the blue bin recyclables, as well as the associated costs for Sahori Industries and the City of Los Angeles. That concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Milo. Mr. Spindler. Mr. Spindler passes. Mr. Sachs.
Thank you. This is where insanity becomes normal. So the city is going to collect its recyclables, and I'm wearing my green glasses, by the way, because this is an environmental issue. But they're going to take the recyclables and send them to another country, which is essentially, and I don't like the guy because he's a sexist pig, but sometimes his ideas, like not wanting to agree to California's clean air recyclable programs, make sense, because by being green in California, you're making Mexicali eat this shit. That doesn't make any sense. Although it's financially feasible because dollars to pesos makes sense, and the NAFTA trade agreement makes sense if you're whatever. But the idea of, a better idea would be to construct a zipper along the LA River, like the concrete embankment, and then every once in a while just pull the zipper down a little bit and dump some stuff in there and then zip it back up. More feasible, I don't know. But again, it's the idea that being green here makes someplace else nasty. And I'm not super environmental, but pay attention. If you're fighting his program and he's saying it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense because of stupidity like this. Insanity is not normal. But in LA, in California, the reason why they closed down the hospitals is so you couldn't tell the nuts from the street and the nuts in government. It's crazy.
Mr. Milo, we'll start with Commissioner Villegas before my comment, and Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Villegas?
I just wanted just some clarifying information. When we're transporting, I understand this is a pilot program. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we're
Zahori will be the one responsible for the shipment of these 15 tons. So they will collect it from Clark's.
Okay.
So they take care of the transportation, the customs, and other paperworks.
Is the transportation done with like CNG trucks or like clean vehicles, or do you know?
That one we haven't discussed with that one yet, but we are sure that Sahori is been a green company, and I believe that they have those trucks.
Okay. So when you have clarification, just let us know.
Sure. We'll do that, Commissioner.
And then my
Good morning. Robert Potter, LA Sanitation and Environment. It will be a diesel vehicle that will transport that materials because CNG trucks do not have the capability of driving that far. And there's not enough CNG sites en route to Mexicali to fuel it. So I would believe it would be diesel.
know where to refuel.
The CNG trucks, the infrastructure is not there on the way down to Mexico. So.
But we have they're a border city to
Yes.
Calexico. There's
Yes.
nothing available for them to have.
It's the distance between when you get out of LA before you get to the next major city. There's not infrastructure on those travel paths. It's 100 miles on the trucks for the CNG, so you can't make it to the next site.
Okay. All right. That's potentially a concern long term, but this is a pilot. I understand. Once they receive this material, what will they be doing with that? It says just recycling, but there's, they're also, subject to the same rules, right? Like we are,
Correct.
we cannot transport any more of our, some potential recyclables to China. So what will they be doing with that material?
Well, they're a recycling company, so they'll process the materials. They'll separate it into different commodities, and then they'll recycle it. Part of our report and part of what we're going to do in this pilot is have a detailed analysis of where every drop of that material goes. So that's part of what they'll report back to us is how they processed, where they used it, and what the end of all of it was. I mean, within recycling, there is contamination, so we can assume that some of it would have to be landfilled or disposed of, but we would expect that anything that's recycled would go through a recycling process, and that would be in their report back to us.
Just so that we're keeping track of that information and we are good neighbors, we would expect that that information is accurately documented. All the recyclables, anything that's going into their landfills, so that we see where our advantage points are.
That's correct, and part of what we've requested, and as in our documents, is that they document every pound of the materials. So they'll receive, 15 tons, and then every bit of that 15 tons will be documented as to where its final destination was.
Yeah, I just don't want us to be viewed as, we are taking our trash and taking it elsewhere. So just, for being mindful, and it's important for us just to be able to get that information accurately.
Yeah, we're on board with that. We're the same place. That's why we wrote it into our
Sensitive.
expectation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Commissioner Davis?
What is the time period of this particular pilot project? How long do we intend to implement or execute the program?
From the time that the letter of agreement will be executed, they will be receiving the materials from 1.5 months, and then they will get back to us for the comprehensive report 6 months from the date of execution of the agreement.
So we're only going to do this for a month and a half?
So we're looking like mid-February for the collection, and then for the report sometime in June.
Currently, as has been stated, we can't send to China anymore, and the other alternative would have been Canada. So obviously, geographically, Mexico seems to be the closest proximity for us in terms of being cost affordable for us to be able to collaborate. This program in and of itself will be of a financial benefit to Mexico in terms of working with
when they visited our facilities, they saw the potential of market in the commodity that we have. So that's why they are asking for the 15 tons, and then they also have some contact from Mexicali, Mexico for other processors, and they believe that it would be to their advantage.
Every load that we would transport is a different makeup. There is no similarity in terms of, for example, the potential hazardous waste in every load would differ. Is that pretty accurate? Or?
Yes, Commissioner.
That is accurate. And in terms of us moving forward with alternative locations in which we can collaborate in terms of obviously reaching our zero waste goals. We've looked to Mexico. Are there any domestic opportunities, any other states that see themselves with their recyclable industries able to pursue a collaboration with us?
We are also into that exploring process. So we have met some local companies who are interested also with
local companies, as in California.
No, I mean
local as in domestic.
Domestic, sorry.
Such as, for example, Arizona or New Mexico.
Yeah, something different to that. Right. So once we have those developed, then we go back again and ask for another a pilot program.
Now, as it relates to Mexico, is it our vision, our hope, that hopefully if we are successful at their usage of this and they find it beneficial, is it our hope, is it our vision that we will be able to strengthen the relationship with them in terms of being able to transport more of the loads of the blue bin recyclable loads?
That would be our goal, Commissioner, and based on their capacity, then that would be the determination of how the feasibility will look like.
So, and then our other exploration would include hoping that there would be an industry that could financially benefit and create jobs in Mexico as well, or with any other company with which who are not in this area, that they could benefit in terms of providing jobs as a result of this collaborative relationship with recyclables. Is that our vision?
Yes, that would be part of the goal of this pilot program, Commissioner. So they will be contacting with other processors for other commodities, because Sahori's expertise is more on the cardboard paper. So the other commodities, they will contact the other processors for that one.
And then one final thing. In terms of the abolishment of the relationship we had with China, what were some of the factors involved as to why we didn't continue the relationship with China in terms of doing this work?
Well, the one of the considerations that we have, that's why we're not going to China, is the contamination percentage level that they have is 0.5%. So
what?
0.5%, Commissioner. So that's really, really.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Garcia. Okay, well, I saw you before her because you turned yours on and then off.
Oh, good.
Commissioner Caloza.
Thanks, President James and Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Villegas and Davis asked some of the questions already, but I had a few follow-up questions. How did you decide the period of time for this pilot and that it would be for a period of 45 days? How did you guys come to that determination, and is that the most useful pilot study in terms of the period of time that you're looking at? Because it seems like it's pretty fast.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So when Sahori visited last September, we discussed about the timeline and how are they going to process all the commingled materials that we have, and they gave us those months, and we are ready to provide all of them. So that's why the 1.5 months from the time of the letter of execution to collect, we could give that to them, and as well as when they will be doing the segregation, the marketing, and things like that, they gave us 6 months. So we are okay with those 6 months to 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 give us the result of their study.
So they dictated the 45 days based off of their schedule?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And then just to confirm something you said earlier, the report back within 6 months, you would report back to board where we could find out and understand more a little bit about the findings of the pilot, or is that just internally within LASAN?
So we'll go back to the board and we'll present to you the findings of their feasibility, and then from there we'll find out how much are the cost of other commodities that they have.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Commissioner Caloza. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, President James. I'm very happy that this finally came to board and it's coming to fruition. It's a pilot program. We're trying to test to see who or what is a better method for us in our recycling based on the change we had to do recently. I know that during September, Councilwoman Nuri Martinez and Councilmember Cedillo were also part of that conversation. And so this is just something that we want to test to see if it's going to work out, if this is going to work out for them and for us as well. They're also testing to see if this is something that they can also take on, because it's a lot of tons that we're sending to them, and they're gearing themselves up to do this as well. So I look forward to the 6-month report to see on their side and our side to see how it works out for all of us. And the intention is that hopefully we could, since they're neighbors to us, we can utilize them to be able to handle our carton, and I think it was just our carton and paper, I believe we were dealing with them.
Yeah.
Carton and paper only, right?
Yes.
We still have other materials that we need to find places to recycle, right? Like the bottles and everything else. So I look forward to the 6-month report, either board or however you want to. I think it should come to board and give us what everybody else is benefiting out of this.
We will do that, Commissioner, and we're more
With
than
that,
happy to go
I
back.
place this on a motion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Threw me for a loop there. I'll second it. Thank you, Mr. Milo. I would just mention that I found in the board report the summary of, with the background of what's happening in the market helpful to be in the board report for people's use and explanation. So thank you for adding that. I've seconded the motion. Any objection on number 9? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 9. Any issue sending number 9 forthwith? We will send number 9 forthwith. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Mr. Milo. Agenda item number 10, contract award, recycling and or disposal of inert materials, mixed debris, waste debris, white goods, bulky items, and construction and demolition materials. Recommending that the board first award contracts for recycling and or disposal of the stated various debris materials to American Reclamation Incorporated, California Waste Services LLC, Crown Recycling Services LLC, Recycled Aggregate Materials Company Incorporated, and USA Waste of California Incorporated, doing business as Waste Management. The Bureau of Street Services will utilize these contracts. Secondly, authorize the Director of Street Services, also Streets LA, to execute these contracts for these services after approval as to form by the City Attorney has been obtained. And number 3, instruct the Director of Street Services to issue a notice to proceed to these bidders. On number 10, Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman passes on number 10. Mr. Spindler, Wayne from Encino has a card in on number 10. Mr. Spindler passes. Mr. Sachs, you put in a card? Mr. Sachs passes on number 10. Ms. Ostrander on number 10.
Good afternoon. Pamela Ostrander, Streets LA, excuse me. On August 28th, the board authorized Streets LA to release a request for proposals for the recycling and disposal of the various materials, these various materials you stated. On August 29th, we advertised on LA Bovin and notified 915 registrants on 3 of the Nexus codes: hazardous waste treatment and disposal, solid waste landfill, and other non-hazardous waste treatment disposal. So those notifications went out then. We received proposals from 5 of the vendors providing facilities that Streets LA can take the materials to recycle and or dispose of. Transmittal number 3, in your packet there is a price spreadsheet which details all the bid proposal items, prices, and locations submitted by the 5 vendors. Transmittal number 4 is a site map where all these facilities are located in the city. Just wanted to let you guys know, remember that the deliveries of the materials will be made by the city to the facilities determined to be the most appropriate and efficient at the time the city determines when we collect the materials. That will give us an idea of where in the city we'll be delivering the materials. And with that, I just want to, Streets LA recommends that all 5 of the vendors that presented us with prices and their facilities be awarded a contract to provide these services. And Ted Jordan does have a statement he'd like to put into the record regarding this contract.
As I could tell from all the activity on that side of the desk just now.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan.
Okay, a couple of technical corrections or issues. One being on the recommendation number 2, that is to authorize the director of Streets LA to execute the contracts. I would, as a technical correction, have that be the president or 2 commissioners, pursuant to the policy that we have the president or 2 commissioners sign contracts.
Sure.
Not the bureau directors. And second of all, just when these contracts do come back, what I'm recommending as another technical correction on the contracts is to insert a ratification clause, just in the event that in the approval process there becomes a gap and we need to have any of the service providers provide service prior to execution of the contract. We would put a ratification clause into the contract that says that work done prior to the execution of the contract be made part of the contract. So with those 2 minor things, I would recommend approval of the item.
Okay, thank you then. Any questions at all? Commissioner Caloza.
Thank you, President James. I just had a quick question. So the board report was really helpful in that it noted previous work for some of the bidders, and it noted that a few of the bidders had received awards from Public Works in the last 5 years. So for the ones that have received work, were any of them already LA Sanitation contractors or previous contractors?
Well, of the 3 of them, 3 of the 5 are the current vendors for us right now.
Okay.
And the one that did not have a contract within the last 5 years, I think it was Crown Recycling. When it went through contract administration, they didn't say like another contractor, another Public Works had them, so I wasn't sure. Because that's evaluated by contract ad.
Okay, and are there any shared contractors, or any overlap with the contractors that GSD uses and LA Sanitation uses? Just curious.
LA Sanitation does use American Reclamation, USA Waste of California, and I don't think they use Ramco, but you'd have to ask them. Also, the sanitation usually piggybacks on this contract, and they will be piggybacking on this contract, and the majority of this contract they'll be using is the construction materials portion of this contract. So what we did this year is, instead of them piggybacking and then adding one material, we combined all the materials into this contract, and then they will come back with a board report piggybacking on this contract of the vendors that they would like to also use.
Okay, and this is very similar to a previous contract that you've had to have this specific service, since you guys, and this was noted in the board report, have additional needs for doing this kind of disposal that you're not able to use the existing contracts by GSD and LA Sanitation.
Correct. About right before my time dealing with this contract, I think about 3 contracts before, General Services used to issue these contracts, but since it's services nature, they put it back to the departments that using it, because they used to do product commodities, and this is a service contract. So the bureaus have to, or the departments have to issue their own contracts. So general services doesn't do services, so it's on the departments to do.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because it might be a little confusing since we did hear some other items earlier related to, bulky item pickup and illegal dumping, and that was a sanitation item, and, why Streets LA has their own service, but you guys provide additional services.
I just want to enter one thing. The white goods and the bulky items, those are mainly Bureau of Sanitation, but we, Street Services, just in case we come across them in our operations, we do need a place to take something just in case. As this contract was the last 5 years this contract was issued, I think American Reclamation was the one contractor that had a bulky item, line item for us, and it's interesting is that they said over the 5 years, Street Services never did take a bulky item to them in the last 5 years, but we still want to have it as an item in case we come across it.
And so we only pay for the service when we use it?
Correct.
Okay. And currently, for the ones that you did utilize, you're happy with their service?
Oh, correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caloza. Anything further? I'll make a motion that we adopt it as amended by the city attorney. Seconded by Commissioner Caloza. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 10. Any issue sending number 10 forthwith? We'll send number 10 forthwith. Thank you, ma'am. Agenda item number 11, State of California's Energy Commission Loan, street lighting. Recommending that the board authorize the executive director of the Bureau of Street Lighting to execute all necessary documents to implement and carry out the purpose of the motion and the attached resolution to apply for an energy efficiency loan from the California Energy Commission to implement energy efficiency measures. On number 11, Mr. Herman.
Well, for the record, I want to say my name is AKA Corey. And many times in the public hearings in Chamber Console 340 room, that fucking stupid Black Wesson said that I told them that the efficiency of that fucking energy is racism because you put only lighting where niggers are at and you don't put lighting that's efficient enough to provide me with free energy. So as long as the Bureau of Street Lighting keeps fucking up my fucking business when I have my bitches spreading their egos all over Van Nuys and Los Angeles, I think this is racism because I have every fucking right in California to keep those fucking street lights down so that my bitches can work for me and I can collect an easy living like the rest of you bitches. So as long as there's a motion attached to this resolution, somebody needs to tell that fucking faggot mayor from Los Angeles. I'm speaking, goddammit, Davis. Shut your fuck up and let me finish. This is the reason why I get so upset on Friday, because stupid niggers want to talk over my voice for my 60 seconds, and like I said, AKA Corey, you're right. These motherfuckers always talking when I were trying to speak about these fucking issues of measured lighting. And as long as there's a fucking white fucking president by the name of Erica Garcetti, AKA Erica, we will never get anything done in this system of things that we, the legislative body of the Brown Act, qualified to say, fuck you.
Mr. President, just for the record, that concludes the 2 minutes, the 10-minute aggregate rule for Mr. Herman.
Remarkably. Mr. Spindler. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Set the clock for 1 fucking minute. Okay, 1 fucking minute. So, let's take an example of your street lights. Let's go to South Coronado between 8th Street And James M. Woods, you have 8 street lights.
None of them work. They're all burned out. And then we go over to Hoover Street. Between the same streets, James M. Woods and 8th Street, all of them are burned out on the west side. One of them is burned out. 9 street lights and a small sliver of block on CD1. Why? I called this morning up and I finally got the answer why. They said, Wayne, and I said, yes. If this was an Encino like you called last week, we'll be out the next day and repair it within 48 hours. But when you call in the first district in Little Koreatown, they don't get out there for at least 3 to 4 weeks. I says, why? They said, because that's where the niggers are. We don't give lighting to niggers. And I says, really, what? Because niggers don't deserve street light services, only Jews. So I says, there's Jews living there. He says, no, we went and we knocked door to door. One nigger after another nigger, after another nigger, after another nigger. So they're taking away all of the street lighting services and shutting them off for areas determined to be nig-nig. Stop the nig-nig and light up the nig-nig.
Mr. Nguyen. You want to speak on that? I don't have a card for you, but go ahead, Mr. Sachs. How much time does he have?
Mr. Sachs still has 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So this is a loan. Street lighting energy efficiency loan. What's the terms of the loan? Can the public apply for these energy efficient loans from the California Energy Commission? I mean, for like solar paneling or lunar paneling. You know, Governor Brown was called Moonbeam. How about EV cars? Can the public apply for loans for EV cars? Energy efficiency. How about IV cars? You know, like put a needle in your arm for an IV. How about for walking? Walking is energy efficient because you're not riding in a car and you're not riding on a bus. How about Metro? Can they apply for energy efficient loans? Who can apply for the loans? And what are the terms of the loans? Doesn't say. And if the street lighting can apply for loans, why are the people paying tax? Why are the people paying an assessment for street lighting? Why don't they get the assessment from the loan from the California Commission? And where does the California Commission get the money? Well, they get the money from, I don't know, the public. The public pays fees. So the public pays fees to the California Commission. The California Commission turns around and loans the money to the Street Lighting Commission, who we don't know what they do with it, but they don't go to the public because it doesn't use for street lighting for the public. It's used for something else. So what happens to the money? It's not very energy efficient. It sucks. Stop fucking with the public that way. Get some people in government who know what the fuck is going on. And excuse my French. I appreciate the idea, but man, that's why California's full with, it's the capital of pistachio nuts.
Mr. Nguyen. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, President James, Commissioners, Mr. Ted Jordan, Dr. Campos, and Bureau representatives. I'm Vince Nguyen representing the Bureau of Street Lighting. I would like to introduce a motion requesting that the board authorize the director of the Bureau of Street Lighting to apply for a $3 million loan with the State of California Energy Commission. The California Energy Commission is offering a low interest loan with a 1% interest rate to municipalities to implement measures that will improve energy efficiencies. The Bureau of Street Lighting currently has approximately 12,000 old high wattage LED fixtures that may be replaced with the newer, more energy efficient LED generation, which will reduce energy consumption by approximately 58%. The savings realized from this replacement, along with a one-time rebate from the Department of Water and Power, will pay for the principal and interest of the loan, and we anticipate that we'll be able to pay back this loan in 8 years, and after that we'll realize an annual savings of about $360,000. There will be no negative impact to the Bureau's street lighting maintenance assessment funds. Therefore, I would like to recommend that the board adopt this motion and authorize the director of the Bureau of Street Lighting to execute all necessary documents to implement and carry out the purpose of this motion along with the attached resolution. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. The only thing I would ask, if you look at it says attachment number 3, which is the resolution, it references motion approved at the Board of Public Works meeting on December 9th. That would be corrected to today's date, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's the only thing I noticed there. Anything else? Then I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 11, seconded by Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Villegas. Thank you, sir. Any objection?
Happy holidays.
Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 11. Any issue sending 11 forthwith? We'll send 11 forthwith. Happy holidays, Mr. Nguyen. Agenda item number 12, Council District 6, request to reopen the request for qualifications for the Donald C. Tillman Water Reclamation Plant Advanced Water Purification Facility, recommending that the board approve the reopening of the statement of qualifications to allow new qualified proposers to submit a statement of qualifications. On number 12, Mr. Herman's time has expired. Mr. Campos, does Mr. Spindler have any time?
His time has also expired.
Mr. Spindler's time has expired. Mr. Sachs, you don't have a card in on number 12. Just confirming, you said Mr. Spindler's time has expired?
That is correct.
All right. I've got a card for Ford Holden. Sir, do you want to speak before or after? Or okay. Then why don't you go ahead and speak before, and then if something comes up after, we'll give you some extra time. I do want to say to you, this is unfortunately for you, you're here on the longest meeting that we've had in the 6.5 years that I've been here. Once we pass 2 o'clock, it will be that. In this stack of speaker cards, yours was in the middle, of course, and I didn't see it until we were on number 11. Just for you to know, the way we normally run these, when I have speaker cards from outside entities that have to get back to their day, I always try and call those items earlier. I did that with another item this morning, and I just didn't see your card until we were on number 11.
Oh, that's
so
all right.
I apologize to you all for that. So next time you come, it's normally not a policy that you end up at the end of the meeting. So
Yeah, it's cool. I'm actually on the clock, so I don't really mind.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Can you please expand on why the city of Los Angeles is reopening the SOQ?
Okay, so we'll have that explanation, and then
Okay.
if you want to speak afterwards, you'll have that opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank
Okay. On number 12, Ms. Munoz.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and President James and Dr. Campos. I'm here today to represent the Water Reclamation Division of Sanitation. We oversee Donald C. Tillman Water Reclamation Plant and Los Angeles Glendale Water Reclamation Plant. I'm here for reopening the request for qualifications, which the meeting minutes says reopening the statement of qualifications. It should say reopening the request for qualifications. In order for new proposers to submit statement of qualifications so that we can increase the number of teams that will be on a pre-qualified list that we will issue an RFP to. We are reopening the RFQ in order to make sure that we don't end up by chance with fewer than 3 teams. When it comes to issuing that RFP, and trying to get response back on proposals for such a large project. This project is a $250 million project. It's an advanced water purification facility in order to treat the water at Donald C. Tillman Water Reclamation Plant, send it through an existing pipeline to Hanson Spreading Grounds to replenish the San Fernando groundwater basin as part of answering Executive Director number 5 from the mayor to increase local water supplies.
Okay, one moment, Ms. Munoz. Mr. Jordan? I just wanted to get a sense from our city attorney how far I could go with public questioning of you on this.
Okay.
But he told me I could ask this question. You indicated that the reason for reopening is to try and get to, I think you said 3 bidders. I don't know if you said at least 3 or more than 3 or 3. What was it?
So I said at least 3. We've already reviewed the original submissions and we came up with 3, but for the risk that since we only have 3 right now, if one of them drops out, then there's the chance we'll end up with 2, and that's not good for such a large project to only have 2 bidders. So that we avoid that risk, then we're reopening it up, and then we'll pre-qualify based on any submissions that we do receive. And then moving forward, our plan is to issue the RFP to that pre-qualified list in the year 2020, and then go through contract award.
Okay, one moment. Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Would the Bureau expect, if we vote to reopen, would the Bureau expect to get additional submissions?
We would hope to get additional submissions.
Okay. Any word from the market, one way or the other, or any knowledge, one way or the other, as to whether or not we would?
I don't personally have that knowledge, but it's been given to me that we potentially would get additional submissions. Right now, I think we're just hoping that, yeah, we have at least put it out there and done our best to be able to say, okay, this is the advanced water purification facility. We had opened it up, and now it's already been a year. So opening it up again because of that risk associated with only having 3 teams, and in case something has changed since we had originally gone through the RFQ process.
Okay. And what period of time, if we reopen, are we reopening for?
The intent would be that there would be new teams that want to submit their SOQs, so we would open it for the same duration of time as we did last time, which is the 9.5 weeks. We ended up extending it for the proposers last time upon their request. So to be equal and fair, we would open it for the same duration.
Okay. Commissioner Caloza.
Thank you, President James. I just had some follow-up questions. Is this the first time that LA-SAN is establishing this list?
We haven't officially established the list yet, and that's why we're just doing the motion to be able to reopen the RFQ so that we can actually formally establish the list with any additional proposers. And at that time, we would come to the Board of Public Works with a board report that would have the list along with approval for the RFP, for issuance of the RFP.
But this would be the first time you would be attempting to put together this kind of list for your water reclamation plants.
Yeah, well, this is going to be the first official time once we see if we get any additional SOQs, if you guys allow us to reopen it. Because how I was informed by the city attorney's office when we went through the original board report is that normally the list isn't issued officially until you issue the RFP. So it would be on the same board report. You say this is what your teams are, this is who was selected, and this is your RFP that you want to issue.
So how is this work currently being delivered now? Is sanitation handling this project delivery?
Yes, it's going to be a progressive design build, and that was a delivery method chosen so that it could be an evaluated bid, so that we evaluate the teams on both their technical competency, in addition, since it's a very complex project, in addition to looking at the actual bids, so that it's not just design bid build with lowest bidder.
So can you just distinguish for me the difference of the project delivery that you just described that LA Sanitation handles and then the ones that you work with Bureau of Engineering to deliver?
Um, all right, so there's several different project delivery methods with Bureau of Engineering, and I'm sure Ken can add to this, and I don't want to take a huge amount of time, but so typically when we work with Bureau of Engineering, we're going through design bid build. So the design gets completed to 100%, and then it goes to bid and award, and then just like the item number 1, we'll come to Board of Public Works to be able to award the contract based on the lowest bidder. Or at least the bids will come in and they'll determine who's going to be the lowest bidder. Design build is when you haven't completed your design and you bring your project to enough preliminary design or percentage of your design, and then you issue your bid documents so that you will have a design build team come in, do the design, get to a point where then they'll proceed with construction upon approval from sanitation. Progressive design build is where we're going to select a team based on the technical qualifications and the experience that they bring to be able to do this advanced water purification facility, which involves several different treatment technologies and a lot of different integration with an existing treatment plant. It's like building an entire new plant. Selecting the team, then that team would go through the design phase still, but then they get to a point where the client, being sanitation, working with the team, gets to a certain comfort level with where the design is at and the direction that it's going, and then they come to what's called a guaranteed maximum price on that design, usually at about 70% of design. And at guaranteed maximum price is where the city will actually enter into a contract with the design builder to construct the job. And that's supposed to be at an actual guaranteed maximum price based on the design to date on what it's going to take to construct that design.
So to confirm, these are construction, this would be construction contracts?
Yes.
Okay. And so I know I brought this up before, but is there a reason why the Bureau of Engineering is not involved in delivering these projects, since they are our lead construction management agency for Public Works?
Because this is the complexity of this project. We chose this design delivery method because the Bureau of Engineering, the work that or the staff that are available, we just don't have it in-house, the expertise for all the different treatment technologies and how they integrate.
So you're saying that in-house we don't have that expertise within the Bureau of Engineering, and they've confirmed that?
On what is needed, yes, to be able to design this type of facility.
I hate to put you on the spot, Ken, but I'm going to. Can you just confirm that, if whether or not we, BOE agrees with the recommendation?
Well, if you're asking, could we do this? Yeah, we could do this. Could we do it with in-house staff? No, we would hire consultants to go to do it, but we could do a delivery we could do alternate delivery. We do other things besides design, bid, build.
Okay. So for me, I guess that's where my hesitation is for this motion.
Right.
Is that it's something that we, have dealt with, and questions that I've asked to LA Sanitation is whether or not it's appropriate for LA San to be doing this kind of delivery, or whether or not it's best suited for the Bureau of Engineering.
So can I respond to that really quickly?
Please.
Okay, I've been with Bureau of Sanitation for 6 years. That's how long I've been with the city. It's not very long. Most of our projects are design bid build with Bureau of Engineering, and they are complex projects. I've worked on LOCAT, which is the desulfurization plant at Hyperion. I've worked on the flares job, which is also the flares from Hyperion. We had to put in even just a pipe rack to reassess, put all the pipes that are at Hyperion and run from one side to the other. We have several different projects, design bid build. It goes through design. We get into construction, and even though these projects are spelled out completely, and they're definitely not as complex as this advanced water purification facility, we always have a lot of trouble within our own system and the communications in getting the project delivered within the budget, on time, and not affecting operations of our facilities, which are vital to sanitation. They're the backbone, along with the collection system for treatment. So, and for sanitation, so to protect public health and the environment, and that's what our goal is. So when we evaluated this method for delivery for this project, looking at the complexities of it, looking at the treatment, looking at the in-house staff, looking at our experience with existing projects that are just, some of them are just repair or replacement projects of existing equipment. And the expectation is that if I buy a new car, I'm going to get a new car, right? I'm going to be able to drive that car. And we always use the analogy of new cars. A lot of times what I have found is that there's always going to be, you can't, even a 100% design, you're not going to have a 100% design that's perfect. It's not possible, right? But where there's gaping holes and we end up having to fix it during construction, and it ends up being very taxing on the limited sanitation staff we have to support these projects. Because we're there to support operations, maintenance, continue the operations of the facility at the same time as we're upgrading them. And we need to have experts that really know what they're doing so that we don't have to, excuse my French, but babysit. Where I'm coming into a project and I'm interrupting someone because they responded to, to an RFI without doing the research. And they're going to cause an injury because of it. So just the idea of bringing in expertise that has the familiarity with controls, they have familiarity with integration of systems, they have familiarity with the different treatment technologies and how they go together, how it's going to integrate into an existing treatment plant and operation of that plant that has to continue operating 24/7 while you do this major construction. I think it's very important to bring expert team on board. So that's my
Thank you. Commissioner Close, Davis wants to speak too, so go ahead. Let her finish her line of questioning.
I appreciate your response, and I'll let, I know Ken, I think, has additional comments to make about, the experience that sanitation has, and I don't think anybody disputes that. I will add that I know that the Bureau of Engineering has relocated a substantial amount of staff on site to your reclamation plants so that they can work with you hand in hand, and they do have a lot of the experience that you did notice, that you did note in your questioning or in your response, and that I do think that currently it seems like there's a good partnership there, and that the level of service that they're providing to deliver these projects on time and on budget seems like is going well for a number of our projects. So I did want to note that, but give it to Ken to respond if he has anything to add.
If I may, and I'm sorry to interrupt, just to kind of more perhaps frame the issue in the context of what's before the board and what isn't.
We've got a motion to reopen an RFQ.
Yeah, it's important background to understand what the RFQ is for, because the Bureau has come to seek authority to reopen it. But the decision to move forward with the project delivery method of this type, I believe that actually the council has already adopted the ordinance that is necessary to do the alternate delivery, in other words, delivery of a construction project through an RFP. Under Charter Section 371, I think that was already adopted. I'm not sure if staff can correct me on that. However, just based on the motion, the board had already authorized the Bureau to go forth with the RFQ in order to pre-qualify the firms that would ultimately be invited to submit proposals. So while it's important to understand the sort of what the project delivery is and why we're going through the pre-qualification process, it's not necessarily before the board to kind of determine the appropriate bureau to deliver the project or the appropriate delivery method to deliver the project. That was sort of already done in the prior actions. So I want to kind of make sure that we stay within the agenda. I think it's entirely appropriate if the board wants to have the bureau come back and provide maybe a more higher level briefing on the project. But some of these issues have been resolved in the past with prior board action, and I believe a prior council action as well. So again, I hate to interrupt on it. I just kind of want to make sure that we don't veer too far away from what the Bureau is currently asking the board to do.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I don't mind having a discussion on what's before us, but I get nervous about the Brown Act on what we have in front of us. I also don't mind having the larger discussion, but if we're going to have the larger discussion, we need to agendize it appropriately, and I don't think that we've done that today for this larger discussion. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I just wanted thank you for the information in terms of refocus on what we're discussing here in terms of the motion before us. Additionally, as all of the information has gone across the table, I wanted to be clear about what I've heard. Now, I did hear the Bureau of Sanitation state for us that they do need to bring in these consultants, these subspecialists, who are expert at the challenge that they have before them. And then I heard engineering talk about they do some of this work, but then I also heard engineering say that they bring in subspecialists as well to do this work. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's clear then that subspecialists have to come in to do this work, as has been stated by sanitation. And so there is really no difference here in the sense that to get this job done, it has to be a subspecialist who is expert at this task delivery. I do understand the function of each of our bureaus, and I do understand when engineering is at play, engineering certainly would like to be involved in that process. Before us is this motion that the city attorney has called to our attention, that we should support or to review and make a decision on. I don't know if some consultation or conversation with engineering is important to have because engineering is at play. And I don't know if there is some oversight that engineering should have in this that is not being implemented or not. But according to all of the information on the table, the motion before us is as such that we need to make a decision on the reopening of this so that sanitation can bring in what it appears that engineering would bring in, which is a subspecialist to complete this project. Is that pretty accurate, City Attorney?
Yes. Again, just to refer directly to the motion.
Ted, I'm going to jump on this
yeah.
real quick before I interrupt you, and then you
Okay.
can respond. Commissioner Davis, I agree. I think regardless of what we decide regarding the project delivery, either way, we need to just make a decision on the motion today about what's best for the number of applicants that we have to compete for the project to begin with. Mr. Jordan.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
So I agree with you, Commissioner Davis, on that. Before you do, Commissioner Closa, Commissioner Villegas has had her light on a long time. We'll have Commissioner Villegas, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, President. Just a clarifying question. For the bidders that you currently have, will they need to rebid for this?
No.
Okay. That was all.
Hey, Commissioner Closa.
Thank you, President James. I didn't mean to reopen an item that the board has already taken an action on. It was just upon reviewing the motion, you have to look through the attachments. And unfortunately, I was not on the board when this was first passed. And so it was an opportunity to have a discussion about this, but totally understand we don't want to violate the Brown Act about properly agendizing this. So thank you, though, for responding.
Thank you. And we can decide what we want to do regarding the larger discussion with the agenda. But right now, I've got this motion in front of us. Before we take action on the motion, and Ms. Munoz, I think you've done a great job of explaining the reasons for the motion. Now, I'd like to bring us back to it for the reason that I want to give Mr. Holden the opportunity. You took just a few seconds to ask a question. So I'm going to try and summarize that answer, and Ms. Munoz will tell me if I've missed anything or not, and then you'll have the opportunity if you want to bring something else up into the discussion, sir. We've got, I think we have 3 submissions. You'd like to get more than 3. It is possible, always possible, that one of those submissions could drop off. And since you only have 3, if one drops off, then you've got 2. So it's, in essence, an opportunity for a little bit of insurance in the competitive process to reopen, to add a 4th or 5th, because if you do, if you drop one, you still have 3 or 4.
Okay, that's correct, except for one thing. We did get six submissions the
okay.
first time, and we eliminated 3.
Oh, got
so
it.
this will allow us to give the opportunity to other teams that want to submit. We also can't stop the existing teams that
didn't qualify from resubmitting, we would have to rescore
Next
them.
question, okay.
So I think for the most part, this gives, even though it means it's going to be longer, but this project is delayed. It takes time. It's such a very large
So it's a
project.
$250 million project.
Right.
We don't get a lot of those.
So it takes time, but so those that are on the pre-qualified list just have to wait a little bit longer, but then it gives the opportunity, and it's also beneficial to the city from a risk perspective.
Okay. Before we go to Mr. Holden, Commissioner Davis has a procedural question.
In terms of the process by which we eliminated those who we have chosen, who all did that process? Just sanitation?
Yeah, just sanitation and DWP, because it's a joint project between sanitation and
So
DWP.
DWP had collaboration with you?
Yes, so they reviewed, they looked at what the scoring is based off of in the RFQ, and then we came to the conclusion based on those scorings.
So let me ask this question. Was there a consensual decision between DWP and yourself?
Yes.
You both agreed?
Yes, on those 3 teams. Though we still haven't come back because there's been this back and forth on this decision that we want to reopen the RFQ, so.
And then DWP is a collaborator with you on this project?
It's a joint project between us and DWP.
So
they own
have
the distribution
same,
line.
They have the same level of knowledge that you have as it relates to the expertise on this project and the oversight in terms of what is expected. You know when you don't have the expertise,
yes,
that you have to go out to a subspecialist, and DWP knows the same thing.
Yes.
And you mutually agreed that this is the expert to whom we should look.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I think that culturally, one of the expectations in our organization is collaboration. And I think you're bringing out the fact that even though you didn't collaborate with engineering, you did collaborate with DWP.
Well, and let me stop you there, because engineering is part of the project still. We do have meetings with them. My understanding, at least, was that they were still going to do the CM. We're still going to have Conad there.
CM work, for the record, CM?
Oh, construction
management. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, so we're still having engineering involved. It's just for the actual design and construction and award of that design and construction, that's now, through progressive design build, and it's with sanitation to make that decision on who's going to be the consultants that we hire and the team that we hire to be able to put
But
this.
you did collaborate with DWP in the process.
Yes. I have a counterpart, the project management for the GWR project, which is the overarching project for the AWPF, groundwater replenishment, Yoshi Sonohara, and we are in constant contact for all of the different aspects of this project. It's a very large project. We have to get permitting. We have to, other than just getting the consultant and design and constructor on board, we need to talk to all of our managers. We have to get an MOA in place. So DWP is paying for this project, so we're working on the MOA. So there's a lot of complexities in the project, and so we're constantly communicating.
Good, Commissioner Davis? Okay, so you've added everything that you felt like you wanted to add to my summary, correct, Ms. Munoz?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
Thank
great,
you.
thank you. Mr. Holden. Mr. Sachs, you're up and down, and I'm trying to communicate over here, so give us a break, all right? Drop off your card if you'd like. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Holden.
Yeah, so just to clarify, one of the original 6 who was not pre-qualified is eligible to resubmit.
I believe I heard that. Is that correct,
Yes.
Ms. Munoz? That is correct.
Wonderful. That's all I had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your extra time today, sir. Sorry about that. Mr. Sachs, did you have a card in on this item? Come on.
Mr. President, while Mr. Sachs approaches, just the benefit of a little additional time here, and been looking at the transmittal to the motion, which was the original board report authorizing the Bureau to release the request for qualification. They do indicate at that time that they anticipated that the number of shortlisted entities will be between 3 and 5. So right now, based on what they received, whenever that was, they're down to 3, and so it does kind of bear on what they're trying to do now, which is to more securely put in place a panel of pre-qualified firms within the range that they originally anticipated, which was between 3 and 5. If for any reason any of the existing 3 drop out, then they'll be less than what they anticipated.
Right, which we talked about. So understood. And that was in there, so thank you. Mr. Sachs, did you want to talk on? You and Dr. Campbell's got it resolved, apparently. Okay, thank you then. I'm going to make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 12 as stated. Is there a second on that? By Commissioner Villegas. Any objection? Without objection, that'll be the order. Any issue sending number 12 forthwith? We'll send number 12 forthwith. Thank you, ma'am. Happy holidays. And thank you again to the Mr. Holden and your company on this project. Agenda item, I think this takes us all the way to our oral reports in our regular meeting. Is that correct, Dr. Campos?
You do have 3 oral reports, and then we also have 1 pending voting item, item number 25 on the supplemental agenda, if you'd like
Understood.
to consider.
So let's do 25, but before we do that, on 24, I've been informed by Commissioner Davis that we're going to continue that item. So I'd like to continue that item to Monday, January the 6th.
Perfect.
That's our first day back. Is that okay, Commissioner Davis, or would you rather have the 13th? Well, let's do the 13th.
Okay.
First day back might be crazy too, just like the last day before. So let's do
January 13th.
Monday, January 13th for Commissioner Davis's presentation on number 24. Thank you, sir. Dr. Campos, also, I would like to move the Public Works Trust Fund update just because we still have more stuff to cover today. Let's continue that item.
That's
that
fine.
one we
I
can
can-
do on Monday the 6th?
That's fine. I can cover it in a minute if you'd like.
Oh, if you can
Or
cover it in a
less.
minute, then let's go ahead and get it done. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I've got cards on 23. I don't, so go ahead. Oh, I do. Well, Wayne from Encino, his time's expired. Go ahead, Dr. Campos, on number 23. That's our oral report on the Public Works Trust Fund.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. Just for the brevity and also sake of time, I'm going to pass my handout over to the commissioners, and that will make its way down to your side on the table. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, just presenting on the Public Works Trust Fund. The last time I was here to present the status update was back in May for the November 2018 dates. Back then, we had about $142 million in the Public Works Trust Fund. As of June 30, 2019, I am reporting $146.1 million in the trust fund. One of the things that the Commission requested last time was to provide more of an update on where we are with loans. To date, we are approximately $29 million of that $146 million that has been authorized to be either dispersed or has been dispersed already in loans. That brought our total loan to balance ratio at 19.86. As some of you may have recalled, we were approximately 29, almost hitting 30% about a year ago. So in this last 1 year of managing the Public Works Trust Fund, we were able to collect approximately $4.6 million in loans, and then in addition to that, we were able to distribute about $4 million from the Public Works Trust Fund due to the Nexus study to the general fund to support public works infrastructures. So in total, we were able to contribute about $9 million to the general fund, and also monies coming back to the Public Works Trust Fund. There is 2 things that I'd like to highlight before I conclude my presentation, and that is, 1, we do have money set aside for $10 million for an upcoming exoneration of a bond, which is bond number 30239 and also BR 402804 that you see listed in the handout for about $10 million. We were able to get all the documentation from the Bureau of Engineering, and that exoneration is in process. In fact, I believe that the Controller's Office has already, it's either working or will release that money very shortly. We were having a cash flow scenario that we needed to prepare that money to go out, so that will be coming out within the next couple of days. If not, it has already occurred. And then last but not least, this restricted balances increased from about $12 million to $19 million. Typically, this account is for projects that either go defaulted or projects that are not completed by contractors. So this is where the Nexus study came about. The idea with this account is to decrease it. It actually went up for the first time in about 5 years. So that's something that I wanted to highlight because it went up about $7 million despite our efforts to reduce it by $4 million. With that, I will close it out, and if you have any questions, I will be more than glad to answer those questions. And Commissioner Villegas, I know this is your first time hearing about the Public Works Trust Fund. I will offer myself to provide you a briefing on how the Public Works Trust Fund works and the fund itself and the history behind that account as well.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. Let me just say it's come a long way as far as our record keeping and our compliance and our regulation and management of the fund in the time that we've been in office. Dr. Campos, I would just, really one kind of simple summary question for you. Regarding the amount that's been paid to the general fund, what you've seen with the balance and the management of the fund, as well as what's been loaned from the fund, do you feel like from the last couple of reports the last couple of reports to this report that we are still making positive progress?
Absolutely. I think there's many things that we need to do. There's approximately 34 different appropriation accounts within the Public Works Trust Fund. We collect about $40 to $50 million per year, but we also pay out about $20 to $30 million per year out of this fund. So in brevity, yes, we have made improvements. Can we still do more? Absolutely. I believe we've only scratched about maybe 50% of the surface for the entire fund. Approximately 12,500 deposits, $146 million in total. We have to scrub each deposit one by one, and that's a painstaking process, but we are going through it now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, President. Dr. Campos, I remember this from the previous reports that there was a percentage that you were comfortable with when we were giving out loans. Have we reached that, or are we under that?
We are extremely below that. I shouldn't say extreme. We're definitely below that. So the ceiling is 25%, but we were offering loans up to 30%, and that's where the uncomfort level was coming around. 25 to 30% was the gray area, and I advised this board to proceed with caution, approving loans up to that point. At this point, we are at 19.86, so we're definitely below the minimum ceiling amount, if you will, or the floor.
Oh, that's good to hear.
So this is a good thing.
Yeah, that is. Thank you.
Yes, and that's taken a lot of work, and congratulations to your team on that, because that's not always easy to do, because a lot of the folks that have borrowed from the Public Works Trust Fund or other departments and divisions in City Hall, and so we've had to politely collect as is our responsibility to do.
I would say 5 years ago, about 85 to 90% of all our outstanding loans were about 10 years or older. Now I can say there's only 2 loans of the portfolio now that are 5 years or more. So everything
that was
is
by contract, in essence.
by contract, by the board's authority. We are also more actively involved in our loan portfolio, our pre-approval process, and also managing the loans before we actually advise and recommend to this board to approve those loans. We are asking for repayment schedules, we're asking for commitments, we're asking for repayment sources, so it's no longer, can I borrow money and I'll pay you back whenever I get the money. It's more of, can I borrow money now? Here's how I'm going to pay it, here's when I'm going to pay it, and here's how I'm going to guarantee the repayment of those funds. So it's more active fund management and also loan portfolio management.
Great, thank you. Anything further? Then the oral report will be received on agenda item number 23. 24 is continued. 25 is a voting item. That's a supplemental. Council District 14, sanitation, adjusting gate rates, Central Los Angeles Recycling and Transfer Station. That's Clark's. Hang on a minute. What happened to... Oh, on 25, I've got speaker cards from Wayne S. and Herman. Both of their times expired on the regular meeting. So we will go to Mr. Garrios on agenda item number 25.
Good afternoon. Khalil Garrios again, LA Sanitation Division Manager. President James, Commissioners, what before you is a request for authorization to adjust the gate rate at Clark, known as the Central Los Angeles Recycling and Transfer Station. Before I just give you the background about the reasoning for the gate rate adjustment, I would like to make an amendment to the board report in front of you. On page 2 of the board report, under the table 1, the paragraph starting the proposed gate rate, I would like to amend that paragraph to say the proposed gate rate will increase $8.49 instead of $7.79 for each type of service in the table above. Thus, the prices will be $70.49 per ton for municipal solid waste, and then $70.49 per load for minimum large, for minimum charge, and $80.49 per ton for difficult to handle waste. Okay, Clark Central Los Angeles and Recycling Transfer Station is owned by the City of Los Angeles and operated and maintained by LA Sanitation. It's customary every year we prepare a financial analysis of the expenditures and the income that come in through the facility, and every year based on that analysis we'll come to you and request that rate adjustment be made. Just for the record, the definition that the gate rate is a term that used by the solid waste industry that is the fee that is charged to the customer using the facility. The CLART is open to the public. In addition to servicing our curbside collection program, we also service the public and the commercial sector. This particular board report is for the commercial sector and the individual, private individual that use our facility. We are asking your approval to adjust the gate rate based on my amended prices I shared with you this morning, this afternoon. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We'll start with Commissioner Caloza.
Thank you, President James. Thanks for that presentation. Is there a notification process, or how do we let the public know about these changes in rates? Since especially because we just made some substantial amendment verbally just now.
The effective gate rate increase will be January 1st, 2020. And after we receive your approval, if we do receive your approval, we have an announcement board for all our customers. When they come between now and January 1st, they'll have that announcement of the gate rate change that will be effective January 1st, 2020.
So it's all just a paper public posting?
They'll be there, and then also be on our website. We'll just post it on our website. We'll update the website to show our adjusted gate rate. And also we have social media that we'll just blast forward, and then we will do that also to just let our customer know that that price will be changed.
Okay. And can you just explain a little bit about how we came up with this increase of $8.49, right? Because over the course of 11-year span, you increase the prices by approximately $14, and then now this increase is, close to $9 within a year span.
Absolutely.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, great question. The main reason for this rate adjustment this time around is because we are required by the Air Quality Management District. There is a new rule, 1193, that we have to comply that all the trucks that you use at this facility, what we call hauling trucks, has to be alternative fuel. So we're not allowed to use any more diesel trucks. So as of effective January 1st, we have to use CNG trucks. All those trucks are more expensive, and then there are not additional fueling facility available throughout the region, so it'll cost a little more to procure those trucks in addition to fueling the trucks. And they have to be fueled more often than just the diesel trucks. That's why the actual price that impacted the gate rate is mainly the hauling cost component of the gate rate.
Thank you for that explanation. That's really helpful to know. And we don't anticipate that there would be any increases after this proposal within at least 12 months, right?
Absolutely. What we do usually at the financial analysis is done at the end of fiscal year. Will be done between July and September of next year. And then based on that analysis, again, we'll come to you if there is going to be some adjustment to be effective January 1st, 2021. So it will be good for 12 months.
Okay. And it's this fee increase is only for your central location because this is your busiest one?
Yeah, it's only for at the central Los Angeles Recycling and Transfer Station. That's the only place.
This is your only one?
Yeah, that's the only transfer station that we own.
Okay, got it. All right. Thank you so much.
So to supplement to one of Commissioner Caloza's questions, I'm sorry, Commissioner Vegas, go ahead. As a supplement to one of Commissioner Caloza's questions, you indicated that there would be a notification for the customers as they come in. But I recognize you're not going to put up a price increase before the board's approved it. I got that. But we're also at the last meeting of the year. What percentage, this may be anecdotal, but maybe you have a basis to estimate and provide a good guess, or maybe even estimation. What percentage of the customers will come through the front gate between tomorrow and December 31? to get
Well,
the notice?
we have, Commissioner, that's a great question. We have normal customers. The customer that come to
Every day?
use every day.
Okay. And that's a significant percentage?
Absolutely, the majority of it.
All right. All right, thank you. Commissioner Villegas?
Thank you, President. I just visited this facility last week, so I can attest that they go every day, practically, right?
Yes.
I mean, I know if I was a local hauler for businesses, because that's what this item is about, I would go to the closest transfer station, which would be Clark's. And it's centrally located in CD 14, but it almost seems like it's downtown, just off of Alameda. If you could go over the gate rate again one more time. I'm sorry, I did not write it down.
Oh, okay. The amount?
Yes, the amount.
Okay, the proposed gate rate would be $70.49 for municipal solid waste, and it will be the same for minimum charge for under a ton. And then $80.49 for difficult to handle waste. The difficult to handle mean that if somebody bring that waste that we need to help them out to just dump it on the floor, that will be hard to handle. We'll charge extra for that.
Okay, any more questions, commissioners? Do we have a public speaking card? Give me a minute. This is Commissioner, item 25. I don't think we do. Do we have any more time on our speakers?
Mr. Herman and Mr. Spindler have ran out of time. The only one that has time is Mr. Sachs. He has 2 minutes, but I do not believe he submitted any cards for item 25.
Got it. Perfect. Okay, and Kevin is back.
You got your question answered on the gate rate? Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, did we make a motion yet? Okay. Dr. Campos, do you need to finish anything?
Nope, just need a motion as to approve as amended.
Well, then that'll be my motion as amended. Is there a second on it? By Commissioner Villegas. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 25 as amended. Any issue sending it forthwith as amended? We will send it forthwith as amended. Thank you, Khalil. Have a nice holiday. Agenda item, we've cleared the voting item?
Yes.
We've cleared the voting items on the regular meeting, correct?
That is correct. The only item left on the regular meeting is item number 22, which is
Okay.
an oral report.
Number 22 is our oral report on, let me find it, on a few things from a few folks. On the status of contracts that are expiring within 90 days. So on number 22, I don't have speaker cards from anyone whose time has not already expired. So Ms. Ostrander, Streets LA.
The item that I had that was expired within 90 days, you guys took an action on today. So the recycling and disposal of inert materials, the board accepted the award of that contract. So we no longer have any contracts expire within 90 days.
Sorry, we're getting our procedure done over here. Any questions for Ms. Ostrander? Okay. Ken Red, Engineering.
Good afternoon, Ken Red, Bureau of Engineering. We have 2 contracts that will expire in the next 90 days. The first contract is for the completion of the Manchester Junior Arts and Vision Theater project. It expires on March 22nd, 2020. This contract will need to be amended for at least 1 year so that they can complete that project. The second one expires in February 18th, 2020, and that contract will be archived when it reaches that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ostrander and Mr. Red. And now, sanitation. Nancy Lanton, hi.
Good afternoon, Nancy Lanton, LA Sanitation and Environment. For this monthly report, LA Sanitation has 2 personal services contracts expiring within the next 120 days. Both of these contracts will be renewed. The first is with Myron Electric Construction Corporation. This contract expires March 9th, 2020. This is for specialized high voltage services for LA Sands water reclamation plants and wastewater pumping plants. LA San is currently drafting an amendment to this contract to extend the term so that it'll allow time to release a new RFP for these services. The second contract that will be renewed is with PacWest American Scale. This contract expires March 16th, 2020. These are for as-needed scale calibration repairs and maintenance services. LA San will exercise a 5-year renewal option contained in this contract. And that concludes my report this month. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? No questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience today. Any further, I don't have any additional oral reports on this. Thank you for helping us meet our compliance. So the oral report will be received. Dr. Campos, have we cleared the desk on the regular meeting other than general public comment?
Yes, you have.
Okay. Mr. Herman on general public comment? Mr. Herman. Mr. Sachs on general public comment? One moment. Mr. Herman on general public comment. Regular meeting, general public comment. I'll be right back.
Nicker calls me when I'm out of the building. But James C. CHALFANT on 19 STCP 05399. Stop your shit, Los Angeles. In addition to that, ruling against anti-homeless laws. Appeal courts rules and affirm when no shelter space was available. They ought to be uncontroversial. The principle that a person might not be charged with a crime for engaging in activity that is simply evil, yes, and unavoidable, no. Consequences, yes. Fuck Los Angeles for not being human friendly. Idaho's camping ban violated Constitution, work order number item 1045, 1044, illegal dumping. Fuck you, Eric Garcetti. And my public comment card on item number 24, Mr. Davis. History of black colleges? No. History of being a fucking liar. A fucking liar. Go back to fucking Sacramento, Assemblyman. Go back to your fucking black university and tell those niggers why you said to the Sentinel that Wayne Spindler is a terrorist and whether or not he actually did, if made such a statement about you fucking crooks taking our money through the DWP in Van Nuys that night when you had Mr. Spindler falsely arrested for terrorist threats. You're the fucking terrorist, you fucking
2 minutes.
dick.
Mr. Sachs on general public comment.
Like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. So, just to recap, the Board of Supervisors meeting yesterday had 80 items on its agenda. The last City Council meeting last week had 80 items on its agenda. Today's Board of Public Works meeting has over 28 items on its agenda. And the last MTA board meeting had 45 items on its agenda. Total amount of public comment available to input on that agenda was 21 minutes. 233 items, 21 minutes. There's an article in the newspaper about the PGE deal. You have a PGE item on your agenda. $13.5 billion in settlement. It says here, half the payout will be distributed to victims in company stock. But PGE is facing bankruptcy. What the hell is going on in California? Why would somebody take company stock in a company that's going to go bankrupt? I don't know. Good settlement. Entertainment. article, Hip Hop Fest reckons with tragedy. Another hip hop artist died. The founders of the hip hop festival have some problems, and they are described as Cali sober in the article. Weed with occasional drinking. Cali sober. What is Cali drunk? Weed with a lot of drinking. How do you get marijuana in government? There's, what, I don't know how many countries in the United Nations? 200? 250? And America has become drug, instead of fighting drugs, they're legalizing drugs. People watch this shit.
2 minutes.
That was a quick 2 minutes.
Mr. Spindler, you have Wayne from Encino, general public comment.
Anyway, I promised it. Here it is. You guys are fucking me out of almost $400 a month on phony sewer service charges on my electric and water bill every fucking 2 months. How'd you do it? Well, one of your friends moved in next door to me from June 2018, and on December the 17th, 2018, at about 4:30 in the morning, broke my water pipe leading to my house, an 1.25 inch pipe, flooding my entire parking lot and costing me about 100 cubic feet of water. But on January the 14th, 2019, the DWP didn't read my meter. They estimated it at 200 cubic feet. They waited till March 13th to read it, and it came up to a whopping 100 cubic feet, and they used that to figure out my annual assessment for sewer service charges at $403.54. So as I looked into research, I found out you're supposed to take the lowest water usage for the rainy season. And I found out that started on October the 12th, 2018 and ended April 1st, 2019. How many people are you defrauding on your bi-monthly residential water bills for excessive sewer service charges? Why are you going to hundreds of homes and having the DWP and conspiring with DWP union workers not to read or misread these fees to excessively jack them up? So I'm going to file this today with the DWP, and then I'm going to give a copy to the FBI. I want my fucking money back, you thieving nigger motherfuckers.
Dr. Campos, have we cleared the desk on the regular meeting?
Yes, you have.
Okay, then the regular meeting is adjourned. You can establish quorum for our special meeting, sir.
Absolutely, Mr. President. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. Roll call in establishing quorum for special meeting for Wednesday, December 18th. We have Commissioner Villegas, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner James, Commissioner Davis, and Commissioner Caloza. President James, you do have a quorum. We did receive three speaker cards for general public comment. We also received speaker cards on item 26 and 27 and no commentary on the Neighborhood Council comment section.
Okay, let's go ahead and take general public comment. Mr. Spindler on our special meeting.
Right. How can you do that? You got FBI agents all over this building. You got them all over. You got 2 grand juries. There's a 3rd one that they're forming. How do you do that? And you get caught doing it. Why? Why? This is the one time when the 5 of you fuckers will not look up because you see, you can't look up. How do you do that? You're going to steal $405 on my bill for the next 6 billing cycles? That's almost $2,700 fucking dollars. You think you're going to get away with that shit with me? And that fucking guy that did that fucking sabotage was an illegal alien from Israel on an expired tourist visa. All right, and the FBI was actually talking to that fucking guy in immigration fraud. They moved him in next door to me, and somehow he pays $4,000 a month to rent a house next to me? How the fuck you get that fucking money? See, something going on with what you're doing to me. And I'll tell you, it started with that fucking nigger Herb Wesson and that fucking shit when I got my ass arrested in fucking May 20 goddamn fucking 16. You've been fucking with me every fucking way you can. You took, and even the DWP cut my fucking lines in my building in end of 2017. They cut my fucking lines. You guys, why do you keep fucking with people like that? They know what you're doing. You know, and that's why I'm standing here right now. I had a lot of help from the outside with you assholes, or I'd be dead by now. You know, you gotta wake the fuck up and see what this is going on. All right? The FBI is going to indict a number of council members. If they don't, then that means you paid them off. And if you paid them off, it goes to another level, which I deal with. So let's hope they do it.
Mr. Herman on general public comment.
So if the FBI really is listening, why the fuck is it on item number 9, transfer station to Mexicali, Baja California, Mexico, Director General Manager Bureau of Sanitation to expand the pilot for up to 4 shipments of 15 tons each. But yet on your special item 25 in relation to item 9, CD 14, fucking Zacatecas wetback, Central Los Angeles recycling transfer, once again, Bureau of Sanitation adjustment to gate fee rates at Central Los Angeles recycling transfer station. Don't you see the conspiracy is going on and on, FBI? Get your fucking lazy ass in here and finish the job. Put the fucking city attorney's office in check. Fire all these motherfuckers who fuck with Wayne Spindler over that DWP issue out there in Van Nuys, and then they criminalize me with a TRO. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 fucking 4 TROs. Simply to silence me, keep me out of these public meetings for spilling out the truth. The truth really fucking hurts, you fucking faggot. God hates homosexuals. I hate what God hates because I'm becoming a God. And at the end,
The little mind in me is going to come to life, and I might have to follow somebody home if I could. Those TROs, 19 STRO 037, remember that? What the judge said.
Judge Cop said, you can say, fuck you, and keep that swastika high, nigger.
General public comment, Mr. Sachs. See how you do today on this one.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again, Arnold Sachs. So I do have a few follow-up questions regarding your previous agenda. On the watershed protection program enforcement, do they cite animal owners? I mean, if an animal, dog, takes a piss on a tree, is that a watershed violation versus a human using a bush? Question. The council adopted a motion, but they didn't read it into the record. So is your reading their motion, or you didn't read the motion, but you read their record of their motion, does that count as reading it into the record? The state and the Board of Public Works are making loans. The state's making loans to municipalities, but they're not making, it's not a grant. There's a difference. So the municipality gets the money, and then the council members get the money that they get from the loan. It doesn't make it down to the public. How do you, is the Board of Public Works, is anybody involved in Bitcoin? How do you submit for loans from the Board of Public Works? It doesn't make sense. You know, when I started here, going to these meetings in 2008, I actually went for a different reason. I was going to fight the banking arm of organized crime. Taxi cabs. So they legalized Lyft and Uber and made money privately. Great job. But people heard, and so I got support not from the silent majority, but the silent minority. And there's a big difference. Because when you're the silent minority, you have less representation. And they figured if I'm going to fight the board of, if I'm going to fight the banking arm of organized crime, I might fight government. And I'm still fighting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. That'll close general public comment. Agenda item number 26, Engineering Council Districts 4 and 13, Property Acquisition, Glendale Hyperion Bridge, Los Angeles River Project. Recommending that the board first authorize the city engineer or his designee to negotiate for and acquire by full take in fee per California Civil Practice Statutes and Rules, Section 1240.410 and 42 U.S. Code, Section 4651, the real property owned by Anna Arakelian, identified as assessor parcel number 5435-039-006, located north of Glendale Boulevard and west of Glen Manor Place, as required by Council File 05-0173 for the Glendale Hyperion Bridge Los Angeles River Project, subject to the city attorney's approval of the purchase and sale agreement between the City of Los Angeles and Anna Arakelian and the grant deed. And secondly, authorize the Director of the Office of Accounting, upon request of the city engineer or his designee, to draw a demand in the amount of not to exceed $28,250 to Commonwealth Land Title and Escrow to cover the purchase price and fees associated with the acquisition. Mr. Herman, you have a card in on number 26.
(42 U.S. Code 4651), overruled in opposition to California Constitution, which supersedes any of your rules. There's no negotiation. The Los Angeles River Project is something so fucked up, attorney's office. The sale agreement between the City of Los Angeles and the grant deed, because that property is worth a lot more money. A lot more money. And I want to see you pay out $1 million payable to the Commonwealth Land Title Escrow for the purchase price and fees associated with this acquisition, Mr. Faggot O'Farrell. Because there's only one bridge in life that I've crossed in my life, and that's the bridge to success. The history of black folks like me from the university dealing with the Hyperion Bridge, because I'm a nigger. And the Los Angeles River Project belongs in the name attributed to Arnold Sachs, a true advocate to subject this fucking city upon my request and the city engineer to name this bridge to the new designee, Arnold Sachs, LLC, Wayne Spindler, for collateral damage and payable, like I said, to Ann, A-double-N-A, Acrolen. And remember this, that the record shall reflect, no bridge goes unwalked unless I, Armando Herman, 42 U.S.C., 18 U.S.C., 242, 245, add my free speech, fuck you.
Mr. Spindler on number 26.
Yes. So as you know, the seller's being fucked. And you know that this is worth a lot more than a lousy $28,250. I don't know. Good thing I don't own it. If I owned it, you'd never get it. Never. I'd never let you have it, because I don't want your bridge. I don't want no Hyperion Bridge. I don't want nothing to do with that fucking shit. I want nothing to do with the two fucking faggots in the 4th District, Rue, that fucking rapist, and that piece of shit fake Indian motherfucker Mitch O'Farrell, whose real name is Mitchell Farrell. His real name isn't even O'Farrell. He changed his name to make it more Irish sounding. Did you know that, Mr. Proud Indian? Another Elizabeth Warren motherfucker that we got misrepresenting Hollywood. And then that other little faggot, Mr. I attempted to rape an unconscious woman in a car, David Rue. He attempted that. He went to court. He was arrested. He was put on trial, and the prosecutor supposedly missed the 60-day deadline by 1 day. You know what happened 9 months later? She became a superior court judge while he was working for the 2nd District, then occupied by that black fucking bitch that used to be there where everybody used to work. Yvonne Braithwaite Burke, the biggest crook. Her lousy husband runs the goddamn air quality management board. Fuck you.
Mr. Sachs on number 26.
Yeah, thank you. If my alter ego, Arnold Schwarzenegger, was here, it would be total recall. Commonwealth Land Company, Land Title Company. You know, this is Metro-backed. As a matter of fact, it's not even Metro-backed, it's Metro Corporation-backed. The Commonwealth Land Title Corp, an escrow company, they have property in Glendora. They bought property in Glendora with Habib Balian, LA Assistant District Attorney, was head of the Blue Line Construction Authority, and they still own it. What are they doing with property in Glendora? Who the hell knows? But what's also important here is that this is codified. These little squiggles here codify the law, whereas you don't usually see that in other items on your agenda. Another slide between the bases, but they're safe. You can stop between 1st and 2nd and still be safe. And the other part of this is approval of this purchase and sale agreement by the city attorney. I appreciate your work. So it's approval by content and not by form, whereas 99.9% of the agreements are approved by form and not content. Always try to point that out. So it's been very, very educational. And, you know, I really do appreciate the opportunity to come and speak here. At least you get 2 minutes. At least you give the public 2 minutes. In the Board of Supervisors, they changed the rules without voting on them. In the City Council, they voted on the change. It was the only motion they've ever passed in probably 30 years because they read it into the record. Because you point it out to them and they say, oh, we'll be able to make it right. And then they work to make sure that the underserved, can't really think of it. I'm just really, but I appreciate everything, and I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm sorry I've been so blunt, but I also hope you have a very nice holiday this year, and we'll see you in January, for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Mr. Jimenez on number 26. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience and your stamina. I appreciate it. I feel like a long-distance runner that has been passed many, many times overlapped, but I'm still excited to finish.
And you're still here.
I'm still excited to finish. Thank you.
We're all in this together. Go ahead, sir. You're part of a Garcetti administration public works history. This is the longest meeting we've had.
That's great. Thank you all for that.
By almost an hour, but go ahead.
So I'm here to recommend that the board approve the purchase of a property that's related to the Glendale-Hyperion Bridge. The Glendale-Hyperion project is comprised of 6 adjacent bridge structures over the LA River that connects the communities of Atwater Village, Silver Lake, and Los Feliz. The project will address seismic and geometric deficiencies, improve traffic operations, enhance access to the Los Angeles River bike path, and restore historic features of the bridge. It will also include a realignment of the I-5 north off-ramp, construction of a bicycle and pedestrian access ramp between northbound Glendale Boulevard and the Los Angeles River Bikeway, and the creation of an infiltration basin to protect water quality into the LA River. Let's see. To correct the geometric deficiency, the southbound Glendale Boulevard Bridge over the Los Angeles River will be widened. To widen the structure, the city will need to purchase a portion of the property that abuts the bridge to the north. The existing right-of-way will actually include the widening of the bridge, but the pylons, kind of what you see as a historic feature of a lot of the bridges, will actually encroach onto private property, and that's why the city needs to acquire a portion of private property. The private property is burdened with a flood control easement. So the owner that bought it as investment couldn't build on it, couldn't put a billboard on it. So what she thought she was buying was something that she couldn't do. So it has little or no value in the marketplace. What the city did through an independent appraiser, appraised the property, made an offer for the property for approximately 6,700 square feet of land that was owned by the current owner and burdened with a flood control easement. The owner had no use for the remaining 3 acres, and so she countered that the city buy the entire parcel and countered $26,000 for the purchase of the entire property. And as a city is obligated to buy uneconomic remnants of properties that it acquires, we're obligated to acquire the uneconomic remnant, and it's a sizable property. And that's what we're asking the board to approve the purchase of that entire property.
Thank you. We'll start with Commissioner Garcia.
Am I hearing this right? We're going to pay $26,000 for 6 acres? Is that
3
right?
acres, 3.01 acres.
Wow, okay. And the property owner is okay with this?
That was her counter offer to our offer, yes.
Okay, thank you. It's on flood control, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Jimenez, thank you, sir. I realize you don't have a lot of choice here, and looking at the numbers, and it was her counter, that we are where we are. I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 26, seconded by Commissioners Caloza and Villegas. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 26. Any issue sending 26 forthwith? We will send 26 forthwith. Agenda item number 27. This is our final agenda item. I know you're all upset about that. Sanitation, Authority for Expenditure and Letter of Agreement. Arkelian Enterprises Incorporated, doing business as Athens Services. Processing of residential blue bin materials. We've got a couple of speaker cards, sir, so you can wait just a moment. Recommending that the board authorize the Authority for Expenditure and Execution of the Letter of Agreement with Arkelian Enterprises Incorporated, doing business as Athens Services, to process approximately 420 tons per day of residential curbside recyclables collected from the East Valley and West Valley from July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2021. That's 2 fiscal years. Mr. Wayne from Encino is what your card says, sir. Number 27. If you want to go now, you can go now, sir. Nope. If you want to go now, sir. Mr. You were doing it all day. We're not doing it in the last one. Really? Go.
But if he asked, I bet you'd fucking do it.
Go.
So, this is a sneaky item. Now, it's called Athens Enterprise. Athens, black community. But we learn that it's run and owned by white people. So you did it again. You did it again. You're taking it and you're trying to make it look like it's urban. You say Athens Company, you say, yeah, Athens, L.A. So they hiring blacks. They ain't hiring no blacks. They just faking that shit. So when you look at it, and it goes by Mr. Price's desk, and Mr. Wesson's desk, and Mr. Marquise's desk, and Mr. Davis's desk, they go, oh, yeah, that's an MBE, that's minority, oh, that black Athens. No, it's not. It's motherfucking owned by white motherfuckers, and what are they doing? They go into the East and the West Valley to dump their shit into these blue bins. And they're taking them down to Tijuana and dumping them in the river, the Colorado River, toxically poisoning all the brown children in Mexico. So why? So these pretty little neighborhoods, Sherman Oaks, yes, niggas from Encino, shout out, Van Nuys, so they can all have clean streets while we dump our toxic batteries and toxic shit that we don't need into the groundwater and into the land of people south of the border. This is a Trump policy, and you Democrats who are trying to impeach our president are worse than our president because you fake to be urban when you really white motherfuckers underneath it all.
Mr. Herman, you put in a card on number 27.
So we got the urban niggers here talking about match point 09, item 90 business, Blue Bin Materials Pilot Program. How does that match up to this item 27? CDR, Arcaline Enterprising Corporation, Pendleton Street, Sun Valley, California, 91352, from Mexico to Mexicali to Baja. Why are we shipping our shit to these foreign fucking countries who sell it back to us at not triple, 10 times the amount of the American dollar? That's because we got a dumb nigga, not one, but two dumb niggas, our president, Kevin James, and the other president, the dumb fuck, Mayor Caca Garcetti. And what they're doing to this country is fucking it up with those Democrats. DBAs, Athens Service, residential blue bin materials. I don't recycle. I put my shit at the curb and hope you stupid niggers pick it up. I'm tired of recycling and give other countries a better chance for them to get the jobs while I'm still here fighting for my fucking job. Fighting for homeless people to get a blue bin with a key to lock their fucking trash, what you call recyclable. I want to see every motherfucker, every fucking nigger Jew from the west side of the 4-5 down south to the Bohai Jews so we can bury the niggers, bring back constitutional betterment, and save America, save Trump, fuck Nancy Pelosi, fuck the mayor, and fuck you more, handsome Newsom. Thank you.
Mr. Sachs, sir. You're it, sir, for 2019.
Well, there's a presentation afterward. Thank you. So I say in for a dime, in for a dollar. I really held this item because of spelling. It reminded me of the drop the Y and add ing. Because the enterprise Arakilian Enterprises, and the purchaser for the Hyperion Bridges, Anna Arakilian. Well, Arakilian in the top is with a Y, and Arakilian in the bottom is with an I, but they're spelled the same. So I'm thinking my English lessons still hold true. Drop the Y and add an I. Who knew? You know, and this is not a white enterprise. It's, okay, it's a Caucasian enterprise, a white enterprise, but this is a Glendale enterprise. And the population of Glendale is mostly, I'm not sure if I would say it's Armenian or it's, I know it's not Turkish, because they don't really get along. Maybe I could check with Kobe Bryant about that and see what he has to say. But it's a foreign company that made it to America and settled in America and lived the American dream by becoming wealthy at the expense of Americans. And it's really okay, but it's not really okay. The Ukrainians are building in Redondo Beach, but they're the Ukrainians who came from the revolution that happened in Ukraine. And so how did they get to America, and who will let them in? Well, Nancy Pelosi has this open door policy. Sanctuary state. If you're a criminal, come on down. We want you because you got money. We're the poor.
2 minutes.
We don't want you because you got no money.
Mr. Ruiz, welcome, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
Thank you for your
President
patience.
James, Commissioners Garcia, Davis, Calosa, and Villegas, Executive Officer, City Attorney, and Bureau Representatives. My name is Martin Ruiz with LA Sanitation and Environment. LA San is requesting authorization of authority for expenditure number 2050896M to Arakelian Enterprises Incorporation, DBA, Athens Services to process approximately 420 tons per day of residential curbside recyclables collected from the East Valley and West Valley from July 1st, 2019 to June 30, 2021. LA San collects over 200,000 tons per year of blue bin material from about 750,000 households in the city. In recent years, China's import policies have disrupted the marketability of recyclables. The paradigm shifts in international economic and environmental concerns have put in place policies that ban imports of consumers' mixed scrap materials and impose strict and low contamination levels. Due to these policy changes over the past several years, the revenue that once covered LA San's costs has diminished as sales revenue declines. In the past year, LA San has had to end existing contracts because the contract terms did not reflect the challenges being faced. LA San is developing a request for proposals for the blue bin processing and marketing services, and will be requesting the board's authorization in January 2020. In the meantime, LA Sands needs to provide uninterrupted essential blue bin services to residents, and is establishing short-term temporary letters of agreement authority for the expenditure for these services. Other services is located in the Sun Valley and can process and market the volume of recyclables collected from both East Valley and West Valley areas. Athens is equipped with optical sorters and robotics that help increase capture and recovery of the recycled materials. The agreement will be for 2 years, while LA San is working on establishing longer terms contracts through the RFP process. There is no impact to the general fund. The total funding for this project is $18 million for 2 years, and is funding through the Solid Waste Resources Revenue Fund. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Any questions?
So there may be just a couple of things. One, I realize we can't have an interruption in service, but a couple of questions. This is for 2 years. Estimates $9 million a year. The board report indicates that the fees, the cost could be adjusted quarterly. How long does sanitation expect to use this contractor for these services? I realize that this authority is for 2 years, but you're putting out an RFP. What are you expecting as for a timeline? Either Mr. Potter or Mr. Helu? Mr. Ruiz invited you up.
I appreciate that. So we will be coming to the board January with the request for RFP. We'll submit and get our bidders in, and we'll process it as expeditiously as possible. As you know, our contract process takes a little while, so we anticipate at least the first year, but we hope to have it in place before we expire the second year of this AE.
I know the board report references it, but why Athens?
Athens, well, there's not many bidders. Most of the contractors that were out there have closed their doors. We had other ones that were in West Valley that we utilize who has currently shut down operations to curbside collection. Athens has a state-of-the-art facility that has a high recovery rate for recyclables. They have optical sorters. They have a really well-built line. So
the only times featured it somewhat in the past, yeah.
They have a really well-ran operation, and it's a closed facility. It's environmentally conscious. It's well-ran, so that's why we selected Athens.
Okay, Commissioner Coloza.
Thanks, President James. Thanks for your patience and being our last item for the year.
A decade.
Yeah.
That's true.
And so I wanted to follow up on something that Commissioner James already asked, that's already referenced in your report, but might be nice to stay on the record. But can you state how many providers were qualified to actually, that you guys were looking at that could have serviced these two waste shed areas?
We have only Athens right now. We used to have 6, but they changed the model businesses, and they don't longer accept any single stream. So now we have Athens for those, for West Valley and East Valley. We expect maybe some more once we put the RFP, on the process.
And then citywide, how many are there?
Citywide, I'm not sure how many we have.
Oh, yeah, it was in your board.
Currently we have two processors that are utilized citywide. We use Potential Industries, which is based in the harbor, and then we have Athens, which is based in the valley. We use Potential through a contract with CR&R that we currently utilize.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that was in the board report. I thought that just would be helpful to note. And so this agreement with Athens will service 2 of the 6 waste sheds in the city. Can you explain who will service the other waste shed areas not noted in this agreement?
Yeah, that will be CR&R.
Sorry, repeat that again?
It will be CR&R Incorporation.
And that
the MRF will be Potential.
And that's forthcoming to the board?
Yeah, that's forthcoming next month too.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
So Athens is going to, what is the scope of the service that they will engage in for us? Is it just simply the collection of recyclables, or what are they going to do?
They're gonna separate all recyclables and market it. Separate recyclables and market the recyclables.
Okay, from residential.
From residential single stream, correct. Blue bin material.
Who was doing that before they were doing it?
For East Valley was Athens. For West Valley was City Fibers. For those
City
Fibers, correct.
Okay, so we are renewing this contract?
We don't have a contract right now. That's where we try to put a
So you said they were doing it before? I'm trying to better understand this.
No, I'm sorry, Alex Talus Sanitation. Before Athens, we use Athens as a temporary gap stop because before Athens, we had another company who could no longer provide the services.
Okay.
So we asked Athens to step in, and Athens went on basically LOA few months at a time.
And they're doing residential, right?
Yes, We are the largest collector in this, probably in the country. We collect over 200,000 tons. It's very hard to find somebody who will be able to support us day in, day out, be able to segregate the material, be able to find markets for it. And that's why we only very limited right now to these two, as Commissioner Caloza have mentioned. There's only out of the 6, 8. And so we used Athens without a contract, but the board allowed us previously to do an AFE with them. But now we feel instead of keep coming back to an AFE after an AFE, we worked with the city attorney, and they felt an LOA for 2 years will give us enough time to put an RFP out on the street and see how many people want to bid on this project.
So we've always used private haulers to do recyclables for us in the residential areas.
We provide the collection with our city crew, our own. We do the collection. We have no location.
What does the city crew do in this area?
Excellent question. The city crew go out, pick up the black bin, the blue bin, the green bin. And once we collect the blue bin, we take it to a material recovery facility where we do not own one. Those segregate the material we collect and send it to, and then basically become like brokers who sell it to different entities, manufacturers.
I'm trying to reconcile what the regular crew does. They pick up solid waste in the residential areas, right?
Right.
The city crews.
Right.
So, and you said they pick up recyclables as well.
Okay, let me explain this. I'm sorry, one more time.
Yeah.
So our crew from our collection yard, we have about 700 trucks.
Sure.
So every morning they go out, hit the street, they pick up the material.
Sure.
Once they collect it, we'll have 3 options for the material, right? It could be landfill,
Sure.
where we dump it at a private landfill, or it could be composted, where we could do some in-house, some by private. For the recycling, we do not have a location. So once we collect it, we have to dump the truck someplace. So we take it to a material recovery facility where we utilize the private contractors.
Okay,
Segregate.
gotcha. So they transport it from the center after it's been delivered by the city staff
Right.
to this site. And so now they help us to further process it. And all of the increase in the need for this contract, they've done it before for us, Athens, in this area. Is that correct?
We use them on an AFE, yes.
And what you're explaining in the proposal is that we've had an additional challenge and barrier because of the Chinese market. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It has precipitated more work. Is that correct?
No, it's not more work in the segregation process, more work on finding locations where this material could be taken and basically beneficially reused. Because we have spent 35 years educating city residents about recycling and the importance of recycling. So we are willing now, before this happened, the city used to generate $6 million a year in revenue from the sale of recyclables.
Sure.
Now we have to pay, unfortunately, to get rid of the recyclables.
In terms of work, what impact has the lack of having sufficient places in which to outsource or to transport these recyclables, what impact has that had on our production? I'm hearing you say that Chinese have cut off our ability to give to them these recyclables, and we've had to search for alternative sites, i.e. we're trying in some areas to do something with Mexico. Maybe there are some local domestic opportunities, and we know that then therefore Canada is also a potential place. But having said all of that, what impact has the fact that Chinese have not continued to collaborate with us in this way? What impact has that had? For example, is more of the recyclables staying in place for a longer period of time because of this crisis or because of this incident?
Well, there's a couple things. We started from the beginning. The collection itself, the amount of recyclables we've been collecting for the last 5 years have been consistent the same. So it's about the 200,000 has not varied. So now it becomes one, if you take the commodity impact, because now you have to find the source who is willing to pay you for this commodity, or you're willing to pay. So we appreciate the board's support in having us to do the pilot with Mexico, but we're also looking at other options that we could be using. There is, for example, Portland has a process in place we're looking into. There's other places in the Midwest that are interested in taking our material. So we also, I mean, Google is looking also being in this venue. So we are talking to a lot of different players to expand the local markets and looking at manufacturing in the U.S. But, you know, it takes a long time to build a facility.
So once again, this particular proposal for East and West Valley will be, what time limit is this agreement that we have with Athens for this service? Is it a 2-year agreement?
We asking for 2 years. We hoping in the next board meeting, which is next decade, we come over to the board to release an RFP. The RFP, hopefully we can get some good responses and be able to execute it. And if we can get really good pricing and places where this material could be recycled, so hopefully we could do it less than 2 years.
Now, I see on this proposal you say that this is impacting all CDs, all council districts?
This actually not only impacting all cities, it's impacting the entire country. I mean, I sit on the board of U.S. Conference of Mayors, and I've spoken to my colleagues across the entire country, and everybody went from basically revenue to now paying between $45, $50 to $120 per ton. So it's not only impacting Los Angeles, obviously we're the big city with a lot of the material, but it's really impacting nationwide.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas.
Hi, thank you. I'm glad you connected, Alex, all the dots as we're looking through the agenda and approving items. Clearly, this market is really important to us, this commodity, the recycling commodity. And we don't have enough solutions right now. Obviously, we did a difficult decision today with the pilot project to Mexicali. And then you're looking at doing others. And then Athens is just looking to be able to at least use their MRF and just get the recyclables. But, they're looking to see where they're going to either get monies from those recyclables or actually turn those into, I don't know, I've heard of other products, right, that they can, use. But there's this whole life cycle that still needs to be, had. And as, citizens living in Los Angeles, we need to be very mindful of absolutely everything that we're purchasing and, that how it's going to be utilized. And, I refuse to buy my children toys unless we're going to be reusing them. And just that kind of mentality. Yeah. And I just wanted to speak on this. I don't have necessarily a question, but I just think it's a larger, issue for all of us and for the 4 million residents that live in the city of Los Angeles.
Okay, thank you. Well said. Good point. Anything else? All right, gentlemen. Alex, let me tell you, we're sorry to learn about your loss. It's great to see you here today. Sorry to learn about that.
And I appreciate actually Commissioner Caloza coming yesterday with this letter from the mayor. I really appreciate that. I know it was very heart-touching to me and my family. So we really thank you. And just to making the trip meant a lot to me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. With that, you all need to get the work done. So we've got this before us. I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 27, seconded by Commissioners Davis, Villegas, and Garcia. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 27. We didn't have any amendments on that, so that'll be the order on number 27. Any issue sending it forthwith? We'll send it forthwith. Thank you all. Happy holidays. Let me say to everyone here, and let me just go down the row. Dr. Campos, Mr. Jordan, Ms. Wiles, Commissioner Caloza, Davis, Garcia, Villegas, Mr. Red, Mr. Garrios, and Ms. Ostrander. Thank you all. You are now part of Public Works history in the city of Los Angeles. That's at least your consolation prize for the longest one of the decade. Yes, 316. Thank you all for your patience and stamina and good work. We had the varsity today. We appreciate it. Happy holidays. We are dark here until January 6th, 2020. Unbelievable 2020. Have a wonderful holiday season, everyone.